No 7. The same subject continued, concerning dangers from dissensions between the states. For the Independent Journal, Alexander Hamilton. To the people of the state of New York, it is sometimes asked, with an air of seeming triumph, what inducements could the states have, if disunited, to make war upon each other? It would be a full answer to this question to say, fortunately for us, the question admits of a more particular answer. There are causes of differences within our immediate contemplation, of the tendency of which, even under the restraints of a federal constitution, we have had sufficient experience to enable us to form a judgment of what might be expected if those restraints were removed. Territorial disputes have at all times been found one of the most fertile sources of hostility among nations. Perhaps the greatest proportion of wars that have desolated the earth have sprung from this origin. This cause would exist among us in full force. We have a vast tract of unsettled territory within the boundaries of the United States. There still are discordant and undecided claims between several of them. And the dissolution of the Union would lay a foundation for similar claims between them all. It is well known that they have heretofore had serious and animated discussion concerning the rights to the lands which were granted at the time of the Revolution, which usually went under the name of Crown lands. The states within the limits of whose colonial governments they were comprised have claimed them as their property. The others have contended that the rights of the Crown in this article devolved upon the Union, especially as to all that part of the Western Territory which, either by actual possession or through the submission of the Indian proprietors, was subjected to the jurisdiction of the King of Great Britain. Till it was relinquished in the Treaty of Peace, the policy of Congress to appease this controversy by prevailing upon the states to make cessions to the United States for the benefit of the whole. This has been so far accomplished as, under a continuation of the Union, to afford a decided prospect of an amicable termination of the dispute. A large part of the vacant Western Territory is, by cession at least, if not by any anterior right, the common property of the Union. If that were at an end, the states which made the cession on a principle of federal compromise would be apt when the motive of the grant had ceased to reclaim the lands as a reversion. The other states would no doubt insist on a proportion, by right of representation. Their argument would be that a grant once made could not be revoked. Contrary to probability, it should be admitted by all the states that each had a right to a share of this common stock. There would still be a difficulty to be surmounted as to a proper rule of apportionment. Different principles would be set up by different states for this purpose. And as they would affect the opposite interests of the parties, they might not easily be susceptible of a pacific adjustment.
Because I was an official, national may place men in state assemblies, or senates, or courts of justice, or executive departments, yet more general and extensive reputation for talents and other qualifications will be necessary to recommend men to offices under the national government, especially as it will have the widest field for choice, never experienced the want of proper persons, which is not uncommon in some of the state's heads. It will result in the administration, the political councils, and the judicial decisions of the national government will be more wise, systematical, and judicious than those of individual states, and consequently more satisfactory with respect to other nations, as well as more safe with respect under the national government. Whereas adjudications of the same points and questions in 13 states or in 3 or 4 confederacies will not always
centuries and ages, and has received the sanction of the most approved writers on the subject of politics. The opponents of the plan proposed have, with great assiduity, cited and circulated observations of Montesquieu on the necessity of a contracted territory for the Republican government. They seem not to have been apprised of the sentiments of that great man expressed in another part of his work, nor have adverted to the consequences of the principle to which they subscribe with such ready acquiescence. When Montesquieu recommends a small extent for republics, the standards he had in view were of dimensions far short of the limits of almost every one of these states. Not Virginia, Massachusetts, Pennsylvania, New York, North Carolina, nor Georgia can by any means be compared with the models from which he reasoned, and to which the terms of his description apply. If we therefore take his ideas on this point as the criterion of truth, we shall be driven to the alternative either of taking refuge at once in the arms of monarchy, or of splitting ourselves into an infinity of little jealous, clashing, tumultuous commonwealths, the wretched nurseries of unceasing discord, and the miserable objects of universal pity or contempt. Some of the writers who have come forward on the other side of the question seem to have been aware of the dilemma, and have even been bold enough to hint at the division of the larger states as a desirable thing. Such an infatuated policy, such a desperate expedient might, by the multiplication of petty offices, answer the views of men who possess not qualifications to extend their influence beyond the narrow circles of personal intrigue. But it could never promote the greatness or happiness of the people of America. It is not a new observation in the people of any country. They find the Americans intelligent and well-informed, and steadily persevere for many years in an erroneous opinion respecting their interests. The consideration naturally tends to create great respect for the high opinion which the people of America have so long and uniformly entertained of the importance of their continuing firmly united under one federal government, vested with sufficient powers for all general and national purposes. The more attentively I consider and investigate the reasons which appear to have given birth to this opinion, the more I become convinced that they are cogent and conclusive. Among the many objects to which a wise and free people find it necessary to direct their attention, that of providing for their safety seems to be the first. The safety of the people doubtless has relation to a great variety of circumstances and considerations, and consequently affords great latitude to those who wish to define it precisely and comprehensively. At present, I mean only to consider it as it respects security for the preservation of peace and tranquility, as well as against dangers from foreign arms and influence, as from dangers of the like kind arising from domestic causes. As the former of these comes first in order, it is proper it should be first discussed. Let us therefore proceed to examine whether the people are not right in their opinion that a cordial union under an efficient national government affords his teaching is PTR.
Hey Megatron, I have a question for you, Megatron.
Dorothy there. It's kind of late. Well, it's only 8, about a little before 9 o'clock for him. I don't know if he's there.
Are you there, Megatron? Son to Megatron.
Ground control to Megatron.
Oh, most patient Megatron. Oh, most all-knowing Megatron. Oh, most all-wise Megatron, just and kind Megatron. Knower of all that is there to know. King of all kings, Megatron. Hear me now, Megatron.
So cleaning my phone is unmuted.
So,
Those Clorox wipes.
you know, JCC and Rovis, I don't want to let you guys in on secrets since you guys are such staunch atheists, but Megatron's name is the secret name of Catherine the Sephiroth. Hello?
Past and the future, we shall have good time to apprehend that the sword would sometimes be appealed to as the arbiter of our differences. The circumstances of dispute between Connecticut and Pennsylvania, respecting the land at Wyoming, admonish us not to be sanguine in expecting an easy accommodation of such differences. The Articles of Confederation oblige the parties to submit the matter to the decision of a federal court. The submission was made, and the court decided in favor of Pennsylvania. But Connecticut gave strong indications of dissatisfaction with that determination, nor did she appear to be entirely resigned to it, till, by negotiation and management, something like an equivalent was found for the loss she supposed herself to have sustained. Nothing here said is intended to convey the slightest censure on the conduct of that state. She no doubt sincerely believed herself to have been injured by the decision. But states, like individuals,
I'm sorry, were you guys talking? I had my Suno playing. All right, well, gentlemen, I know I've made fun of you both a lot over the past couple of years for being low IQ, but that was all just for fun. The truth is, you're stupid. You're not just low IQ. But I wanna hit the bell, and I want you guys to take the deepest breath of the day. Hold it for 10, not 11, 10, not 9 seconds. Here we go. Now grab your balls. Grab your balls with both your hands, and again, take the deepest breath of the day. Squeeze your balls. There you go. JCC, you of course can grab your clitoris. Go ahead.
JCC's trying to chill and make a fire pizza right now. I came here a long time.
Oh, yeah. Ooh, son.
Unfortunately, when Stan is going to do this, we have no control. So, because Megatron's kind of
You know what is worse than stupid is being a white stupid, a white fucking people.
Yeah, white people are fucking stupid, man.
They're trash. They're fucking trash, boy. Fucking trash.
They got stinky legs. They don't use washcloths.
They start to be coupled. They like to see their black people, especially black people.
That's true. Yes, that's true. My favorite thing.
Oh my god, I smell bad here, bro. I smell fucking bad.
Rebuttal Shalom. Be at peace.
Smell bad, bro. I smell bad in your place. So advise your fucking European fucking slum.
Wow.
Shit. Don't tell me I'm fucking American. I hate Americans, bro. I think this fucking American.
Wow.
China all the way. China all the day, bro.
Amazing.
Shut the fuck up. I'm not talking to you. Guess what?
Jesus.
Shut the fuck up, bro. Put five on your fucking mouth.
I need to be free of those terrible friends. I don't need affection. Many graces. And besides, if I stay, will be more than will be less danger.
Today, let us resolve to accept the huge amount of graces that God is raining down on us. We have a biblical principle as found that was sitting Christos abound in all the law. There is no doubt that sin is increasing today, and everybody looks to me, but there is an abundance of grace coming down from heaven on each and every one of us as well. But our sins are pride, today, let us resolve. Today, let us resolve. Today, let us resolve to accept the huge amount of graces that God is raining down on us. We have a biblical principle as found that was sitting Christos abound in all the law. There is no doubt that sin is increasing today, and everybody looks to me, but there is an abundance of grace coming down from heaven on each and every one of us as well. But our sins are dying self, killing your ego, living in the perfect imitation of Christ and Mary. Neglected in your heart with the insult, but your heart is happy that is dying to self. When your voices disregarded, your opinions ridiculed, and you refuse to let go. In your heart.
that is dying to self. When you can see your brother or sister prosper, you cannot rejoice with them and feel no envy, though your needs are greater. That is dying to self. When you are content with any food, any offering, any raiment, any climate or any society, that is dying to self. When you can take correction, when you can humbly submit inwardly as well as outwardly, with no rebellion or resentment rising up within your heart. Yet in it do all creatures. That is dying to self.
Confession is the cause of great good to the soul. It purifies and heals it and confirms it in the service of God. We are not therefore to omit confession on the fixed days for any business whatsoever. Go to confession first, into business afterwards. And first will help the last. Jesus Christ in the person of our confessor. Give me 10 men really detached from the world, and I have the heart to believe I can convert the world with them. He who communicates often as he ought to do brings forth good fruit, the fruit of humility, the fruit of patience, the fruit of all virtues, love, penitence, and not to go to confession for temporal ends. To get involved in the light, we already know the character of the honest person, notwithstanding that he may possess some virtues, seven the Holy Spirit possess all the ways of that. He who is and obeys his superior gives and obeys me, and he who despises them despises and disobeys me. God made all with more security. So many snares scattered in every place. He should have a blessed lady as his mediatrix with her third eye. The sick man may desire to get I seals his desire always with the nip and please God. If it is good for my soul, we can do many good things in health with sickness in us. I'm doing. Then it's because we ought to ask God to give us patience. It often happens when a man gets low. He does not do the good he proposed to do, and he was set by it. Like the sands in his ground. Always a blind rat. How he stays in the ground and eats earth and hollows it out, but is never satisfied with it. So is the avaricious man who wants to. He calls penitence and never make vows. Now the advice to men is our fathers. If we do make some vows, it is best to make them definitely. Allowed to have two masses said on this Lucy's day with this bargain. If I can, if I will not forget it, because it comes to us, and I promise to be bad. I do not wish to be bad. I do not wish to be bad. Buy anything he ought not to do so because he is moved by an attachment to the thing, from want and necessity. For it will never do it by attachments. 15 turn little voluntary attachments. Love must be cut through. We must dig ground and then remove the earth. We get down deep enough to find a place where they are rooted in their place. 16, a person must be ready to endure. When you virtue is born, if he is born high others, and even when God permits him to be embattled with others and regarded and driven away as an independent. 17, our enemy, the devil who fights with us in order to vanquish us. Seeks to disunites in our houses and to breed quarrels, dislikes contact and rivalries. Because while we are fighting with each other, is not a particular feeling of devotion on the chief feast of the year. Yes, let us reflect that the Lord left heaven, still to become man for us. Besides pardoning those who persecute us, we ought to feel pity for the delusion they are laboring under. 27. To one who really loves God, there is nothing more harassing or burdensome than life. The great thing is to become saints. In order to enter paradise, we must be well justified and well purified. Let the young man look after the flesh, and the old man after avarice, and we shall all be saints together. Where there is no great mortification, there is no great sanctity.
The sanctity of man lies in the path of three fingers. That is to say, in mortifying the understanding. To a faith reason that contains.
He who really wishes to become saint must never defend himself, except in a few rare cases, but always acknowledge himself in fault, even when what is alleged against him is untrue.
What we know of the virtues of the saints is the least part of them.
The relics of the saints ought to be venerated, and we may laudably keep them in our room, but it is not well unless for some great occasion to wear them on our persons, because it will often happen then that they are not treated with all the respect which is becoming. 9. The old patriarchs possessed riches and had wives and children, but they lived without defiling their affections with these things, although they possessed them, because they only allowed themselves the use of them, and were ready to abandon them in whatever way the majesty of God might require of them.
10.
We ought to pray God importunately to increase in us every day the light and heat of His goodness. It is an old custom of the servants of God always to have some little prayers ready, and to be darting them up to heaven frequently during the day, lifting their minds to God from out of the filth of this world. He who adopts this plan will get great fruit with little pains.
For tribulations, we bear them patiently for say to a good one. There is no need of counsel, but in passing from a good one to a better time, counsel and prayer must own the decision. We must continually pray to God for the conversion of sinners, thinking of the joy there is in heaven both to God and the angels in the conversion of each separate sinner. To speak of ourselves without cause, saying, I have said, I have done, incapacitates us from receiving spiritual consolations. We are a desire to be in such a condition as to want sixpence and not be able to get it. Let us despise gold, silver, jewels, and all of the blind and cheated world vainly and ignorantly prizes. Let us learn here below to give God the confession of praise which we all hope to give him in heaven above. He who wishes to go to paradise must be an honest man and a good Christian, and not give heed to dreams. Any fathers and mothers of families should bring up their children virtuously, looking at them rather as God's children than their own, and to count life and health and all they possess as loans which they hold of God. In saying the Pater Noster, we ought to reflect that we have God for our Father in heaven. And so go on making a sort of meditation of it word by word, tend to make ourselves disaffected to the things of the world. It is a good thing to think seriously at the end of them, saying to ourselves, and then, 11. The devil, who is a most high spirit, is never more completely mastered than humility of heart and a simple, clear, undisguised manifestation of our sins and temptations to our confessor. We ought not ordinarily to believe prophecies or desire them, because it is possible there may be many deceits and snares of the devil therein. It is a most useful thing when we see another doing any spiritual good to his neighbor. God never comes where there is no love for our neighbors. We must accept our own death, and that is our relations when God shall send it to us, and not desire at any other time for himself for the love of Christ. He who desires ecstasies and visions does not know what he is desiring. For he asks for those who run after visions, dreams, and the like. We must lay hold of them by the feet and pull them to the ground by force, lest they should fall into the devil's net. But according to the rules of the fathers and ancient books, whoever wishes to advance in perfection must hold the world in no reputation. So there's nothing more displeasing to God than our being inflated with self-esteem. When a man knows how to bring down his own will and to deny his soul and desires, he's got a good degree of virtue. When a man falls into any bodily infirmity, he must learn to be safe. God has set me this serious because he wishes something in me. I must therefore make up my mind to change my life and become better. When a man has a tribulation sending from God and is patient, when they say to him, you are not worthy that God should visit you. You do not deserve so great a good. Poverty and tribulations are given us by God as trials of our fidelity and virtue, as well as to enrich us with all real and lasting riches in heaven. Scruples ought to be most carefully avoided, as they disquiet the mind and make a man melancholy. Let us throw ourselves into the arms of God and be sure that if he wishes anything of us, he will make us good for all he desires us to do for him. Nothing helps a man more than prayer.
Person to man, the world should persevere in coming to church to hear sermons and remember to read spiritual books, especially the lives of the saints. Temptation comes, oh man should remember the sweetnesses he has had in prayer at other times, and he will not easily master the temptation. Afterwards, the Lord fidgets along in a sorrow. Makes us know we will go forward. In such a case, we must stand firm and not be disturbed. Because God is then withdrawing his most holy hand of weaknesses to see if we are strong. And then if we resist and overcome those tribulations and temptations, those weaknesses and heavenly consolations, return. To the acquisition of virtue, because in the end the whole terminates in greater sweetnesses than before. And the Lord gives us back all our favors and consolations double wide. It is easy to infuse the most fervent devotion into others, even in a short time. yourself to reason with the devil, otherwise he will inevitably be taken. Let him appeal to his ghostly father, of whom the devil stands in awe. 17 years of God was the best he cannot, was to receive the reward of his labors in this world. Giving all to the poor, we must act as good men, as the brother is not God. 19, he who feels that the vice of avarice has got hold of him should not wish to observe fast to revocation. dangerously far, from the devil stands in mortal fear. 17. He who serves God must do the best he cannot to receive the reward of his labors in this world. 18. Giving all to the poor, we must act as good ministers of the providence of God. 19. Who feels the vice of our flesh has got hold of him, should not wish to observe fast supererogation, but to give alms. 20. Perfection cannot be attained without the greatest toil. 21. As soon as we are stripped of the sword of God without perfection. 23. Not everything which is better in itself is better for each man in particular. 24. Be devout to the Madonna. Keep yourself from sin, and God will deliver you from your evils. 25. If we wish to keep peace with our neighbors, we should never remind anyone of his natural defects. 26. We must sometimes bear with little defects in others, as we have against our own will to bear with natural defects in ourselves. 27. The men of rank ought to dress like their equals and be accompanied by servants, as their state requires, but modesty should go along with it all. 28. We should not be quick at correcting others, but rather to think of ourselves first. Saint Peter and the other apostles and apostolic men, seeing the Son of God born in poverty, and then living so absolutely without anything, that he had not where to lay his head, contemplating and naked on a cross. all suffer to them. Such as blows, wounds, and the like. So in order to imitate Christ by maturity, they accustom their hearts before Him to forgive real injuries when they come. Let us think of Mary, for she is an unspeakable virgin, that glorious lady who conceived and brought forth without detriment to her virginity. Hell, who the wisdom of the heavens cannot contain within herself, true servant of God, acknowledges, no other country but heaven, and God is recess extraordinary sweetnesses into her soul. A man wants to prepare for some serious tribulation, temptation, indeed. We have these extraordinary sweetnesses. We ought to ask of God for you to bear whatever He may please to send us, and let us stand very much approved of God, because there is danger of sin behind. One of the most excellent means of obtaining perseverance is discretion. We must not wish to do everything at once, or become a saint in 4 days. 20 in our clothes, we are like Esplanade. To love poverty, not filthiness. 21, he who wishes to advance in spirituality should never must we give ourselves so much to mortify the flesh, because to forget to mortify the brain, which is the chief thing of all. 23, we are to desire the virtues of praise. God knows the book. Saint Peter and the other apostles, not psycho man, seeing the sight that he had not where to lay his head, and contemplating him dead. Hit on a cross, strip themselves off, take the soul to God more closely, breathe contempt to the world sooner than being harassed and distressed. Things turn out contrary to us. Being rich will not change from one state of life to another, although it may be better without taking grave counsel. Let everyone stay at home, that is, with himself and sit in judgment on his own actions, without going abroad to investigate and criticize those of others. Tribulations of God, presuming on his being able to bear them. There should be the greatest possible caution in this matter, for he who bears what God sends him daily does not do a small thing. They who have been exercised in the service of God for a long time, may their prayers and 17. When God infuses extraordinary sweetnesses into the soul, men are prepared for some serious tribulation or temptation. 18. When we have these extraordinary sweetnesses, we ought to ask of God fortitude to bear whatever He may please to send us, and then to stand very much upon our guard, because there is danger of staying behind. 19. One of the most excellent means of obtaining perseverance is discretion. We must not wish to do everything at once, or become a saint in 4 days. But intervals we are like desperate knocks in the poverty, and not filthiness. 21. He who wishes to advance in spirituality should never slur over his defects. Gently without particular examination of conscience, even independent of time of sacramental confession. Should not so attach himself to the means as to forget the end. Neither must we give ourselves so much to mortify the flesh as to forget to mortify the brain, which is the chief thing after all. 24. We ought to desire the virtues of prelates, cardinals, and popes, but not their dignities. The skin of some blood is fastened strongly on our hearts, and it hurts us to flay it off. And the more we get down to the quick, the more keen and difficult it is. 25. This first which we ought to have taken ourselves already, we have always in our mind, and put it in execution. 21. Now, instead of putting his good resolutions in practice, not change them lightly, we must not omit every devotion, every supplication, may come in the way, such as confession, our fixed days, particularly here in Mass on weekdays. If we wish to go out walking, or anything of that sort, let us make our confession, and perform our usual exercises first, and then go. It is very useful for those who minister the Word of God, give themselves up to prayer, to read the works of authors whose names begin with S, such as St. Augustine, St. Bernard, and St. 21. Nothing more glorious can happen to a Christian than to suffer for Christ. We ought to make no account of abstinences and fat when there is self-will in the
they don't even speak that they were that place in the properties, right? So, again, there are ways in which you are ahead for your age.
Interesting. It's like I have had the comment before, or that people say that that my age still allow me to keep my youth, even though I matured my brain. But in general, I mean, just really, I guess really the way I see it, like I say, is that I see that I have 70K in student debt that I have right now. And what's the worst part about it is that I have to start paying by the end of next year. And for federal loans, even though you can get deferred payments that you make for your loans, my private loans don't necessarily offer the same grace. So
You deal with it as constantly, right? And you don't get yourself bogged down in the future because you don't live in the present, right? It doesn't require your attention right now. And focus on the things that do require your attention, okay?
well, and that's what I'm doing right now. Is that the thing is that I can't. It's all contingent upon me finishing school, and I'm almost dead dog broke, and I can't get a job, and I've always struggled with employment.
Okay, deep breath here. The problem, it sounds like you might be dealing with anxiety. Okay, I know that sounds weird. Did I mention I'm neurodivergent? But anyways, it sounds like you might be dealing with anxiety. And anxiety is fear, but it's a special kind of fear. It's fear of what might happen in the future. And it's great because it's there to protect you. But right now it's screwing you big time because being this anxious is making it hard to concentrate on finishing your school. Yeah?
Well, I think what the worst thing about it is the fact that I've done, the right thing and it's gotten me nothing.
Okay. Yeah, been there, done that. Not that you need to know that, but yeah, who cares if everybody else is at school? Not help.
With not having any sort of neurodivergence whatsoever.
My mom's also neurodivergent, and she literally rammed a police car and got thrown in jail. And I can't tell you how good things are for her. It makes me nothing but unhappy. It's just, there's a lot of unfairness going around, and it isn't just because someone is neurodivergent or neurodivergent. Again,
I just will say, you don't have to worry about me doing harm to anybody else.
of course.
In my dark moments,
Don't ram police cars. That's a really bad idea.
No, I would do something that's stupid.
My mom thought she was doing the right thing. That wasn't.
No, it's not a good thing to do.
Yeah.
Really, just in general, though, I have thought about doing things like when I'm driving home.
I see.
A few months ago, I was I almost thought about driving into a lake one time.
Yeah, don't do that either.
You might not believe me now, but sorry, you might not believe me now, right? But everything that makes you different And the base of fucking struggle is what will make you great, right? We only grow through strife. Like some people in life are so life-to-do, they never grow. And you look at people in your family, like, you don't want to be them because it lacks substance, right? So if you can do it, okay, and then you're a religious person, you get a perspective on the world that most people don't, right? And you've got to extract from that something that you can bring to the world, right? Because there's people out there that need you. You don't see it yet, right? I didn't see it. I didn't see how all the time people would say I was wasting time doing graphic design and stuff on my own for no reason. And then or doing lots of research or debating on the internet, all these waste of time things, right? But and then I would start my business, right? Or even if I got the application, suddenly I've got 20 seconds writing letters to my council, and I've got to refute all of their bullshit. And I was good at it. Because when I was younger, I spent time on the internet debating with randoms. And then I got my license. And then I didn't have to pay anybody to do any of my graphic designs, not my logos, not my leaflets, not anything. Because I could fucking do it. Right? I didn't see that coming. Right? And you won't see how the things you need to you will be utilized in the future.
So Marcos has a really good point that Marcos, I don't think you really realize something about what you're saying, but what you're saying is, hey, I started my own business. I controlled what I was doing. I controlled my time. I controlled what I did. I didn't have to answer to anybody. Okay, I think he did say that. But yeah, I mean, a lot of people who are neurodivergent, find starting their own business to be the best way to get about things. And I know that's hard. But if you have an idea that nobody else has come up with yet, give it a thought.
I know a guy who started a business picking up people's dogs from their gardens because they didn't want to do it.
I heard about that guy.
Like, well, I don't know, this is something local to me. Right? But the point is like, it's nothing started. You just got to find something, and it's better if it's unattractive.
He started a company. He hires people to do this like all over the place.
Yeah, like that's big. Then
Trying to say what's up to you, buddy. Trying to get a little bit of conversation. I hope you're doing well. See the title, I don't know if it's hyperbolic or, that's a serious situation. But, just trying to get a bit of what's going on.
Basically, a lot of stuff. I mean, I was explaining about how I was dealing with family, like, recently that just happened, but it's just been a lot of things to me, and then potentially me, kick me out of the house. So, yeah.
and something like that's important for you to know is you don't have to understand everything right now. Right? Sometimes our minds are like, we can't put everything together, understand what's going on. And sometimes you just need to release that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And use your energy in better places.
Yeah.
Which is a hard thing to tell by a neurodivergent person, right? I know. I've been through that shit.
Yeah. I don't know if that's so many people in the chat. If I can trust people like Mountain.
Yeah, I don't know what to pack, folks. I'm suspicious of everybody. See, I can get you back on there.
Like, I mean, comments like this, guys talking that's just for the last hour, you're neurodivergent.
Can you get rid of him?
Yeah, I'm not sure what you mean by this. Like, explain what is it? Why why do you address me as you neurodivergent? Like, do you have a problem? Well, I'm not going to bring up Mountain because I don't think that I'm not convinced that you're the person I should bring up.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You know, because he has.
Yeah. I just say one thing, Mountain. If you can explain why.
And you don't need to fucking understand it. You see that it's fucking bullshit. Like, the only reason people need to put you down is because they feel less than. Right? People have to take completely confident and content. Don't worry, they don't have a motivation.
Okay.
Yeah, I just removed him because.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And the frustrating thing about it is somebody like you, Necro, who feeds through human beings' emotional baggage and bullshit, right? And feeds them physical, right? That's a fucking gift. You know what I mean? Like, you see the shit that they don't see. And if you can take these things into consideration for what you would be good at, right, in a career, right? Somebody who doesn't get caught up in, you know, like narratives and like bullshit, you know, propaganda.
So someone who can see, I don't know who you are, Daniel, no. Yeah, so someone who can see the bullshit coming and head it off. Because that's what you're saying, right?
Just ignore it and come through. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think that's a pretty accurate assessment, Daniel. The guy who sees the bullshit.
That's only to make a brief comment. It's like when I've listened to Negro for years, and just when I hear a voice like his, I feel like less crazy, less weird, and just affirmed. So I love your voice, and when I say voice, I mean like what you have to say and your take, your perspective, because it's not an ordinary take. So that's what I feel when I hear from you. It's just, I'm not alone and I'm not weird in some ways. So I don't know what else to say. I mean, there's a lot to say about you, but I hope you feel better, man, and I hope that I get to hear more of you. That's all.
Thanks.
You know, Daniel, you just brought up something really cool that I hadn't thought about. Never, do you belong to any houses that, you know, have, you know, are specific to your neurodivergence? Because I find it, you know, has been super helpful for me to be in that. I mean, it can be hard.
So there's a guy, his name is Christian Hell. I don't know if you know his name.
No, I've never heard of him.
Okay. He goes by, he runs a thing called Ask the Autistic. He runs rooms like that, but I gotta say I haven't gone into his rooms because I usually sleep in on Sundays, so.
Yeah, I don't know why, but my groups, I've been having trouble finding them lately. I don't think my views have been posting.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if I wasn't such a lazy person, I could post my own, you know, start my own rooms. And the nice thing about posting your own room or opening your own room is I could immediately smack someone down like Mountain as soon as I felt like it. And I could set things up at the times that are convenient for me.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and forgive me, I just, you know, the reason I, you know, let people off because I want to just, you know, humor them mainly.
You gotta be careful. I mean, I personally have learned to be careful because if I let people I actually, okay, this is why I'm in this atheist room here, because I actually founded an atheist group in the city that I'm in. So and more than one, actually, a couple of them. So I've had to deal with in-person trolls who have given me trouble, and I gotta tell you, getting an in-person person out of the room is not easy. So, and of course, as you've known, if you're dealing with someone who's not respecting you in person, it's emotionally draining. It takes something out of you, that you go home and you think about that interaction for days. And I do not want to deal with that in this virtual environment. It's so easy to avoid it if possible. I know it might sound, bad to want to screen people like that, but I'm over it. I don't feel like to deal with that anymore.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. For a while, I thought about deleting my Clubhouse account because I was dealing with a lot of negativity in rooms that I went into. But, it's like there's nothing so powerful in realizing that, like you can always, leave whatever room that's.
You can have virtual boundaries too. I loved that he said something about boundaries. Loved it.
Well, I think one of the things, though, like really I can't get over is the fact that you've literally have had people in recorded rooms who have actually encouraged me to commit suicide.
Yeah, it's a good thing that you've got your own room here.
Yeah, well, the thing is that it goes against Clubhouse's TOS, and the fact is Clubhouse has still not removed those people who have repeatedly told me on recording, told me to kill myself.
Nice.
And I mean, it's just in general, not that it's not something I'm used to. I mean, when I was a freshman in high school, I was constantly told that, I was going to grow up to molest children, that I was going to become a rapist was something that I was told when I was in freshman year of high school, repeatedly.
Damn, the worst thing we did to each other was stick maxi pads with like red, food coloring on them to people's lockers. I mean, things have really gotten dark.
Yeah, well, I only suffered from it because, as a guy that's an easy target, mainly. If you're an easy target, you usually do it the worst. So.
I don't like this. I don't like hearing that people are doing this to each other. I don't know. Is this a new thing? High school and college were a long time ago.
So, I don't know how old you are, but.
Old. Really old.
But like what, like age gap?
I don't.
Are you a millennial or are you like,
I don't know what I am. I'm 55 years old.
Oh, really? That's old.
Yeah, I'm an oldster. It's funny. I'm an oldster taking care of oldsters. I tell you, the money's good.
Well, it's interesting. I actually thought you were around my age, believe it or not.
It's like the whole neurodivergent thing. I mean, it took a very long time to mature, and probably haven't yet.
You just sound like I guess you sound like a lot of my friends who are me who are like illustration majors. Kind of like that voice.
Like a cartoon? Are you saying I have a cartoon voice?
No, I got like more of like a narration voice, like those like people who are animators, like those like talking heads that animators do on like YouTube videos.
I'm better than those.
Yeah, kind of like the twang, like ultimately.
I listen to a lot of audiobooks. That might be part of it. But also, my roommate is 24 years old, and I just do better with people who are younger than me. People who are my peers, like, they've had lives. They have children that have just graduated from college. They're about to retire, and they haven't been, fired constantly. I mean, seriously, my life has been shit. And getting kicked out of school was really like the cherry on the cake. I'm,
Which like you didn't get kicked out of high school, though, right?
no, I graduated from high school and college fine, but right about the time I turned 28, right about 28. So I'm not autistic. I just kind of had tinges of it. A lot of my friends are autistic. Around 28, things went downhill for me mentally. And yeah, so no, but I mean, God, I cannot forgive people who have been telling you to kill yourself. I mean,
Yeah,
I just,
like I take it really seriously as well. I mean,
people do. They do kill themselves. They get taunted into doing it, and
well,
that's just evil.
I think it's even more fucked up than just killing them and like
Yeah.
like I mean actively trying to drive somebody to their death, making them feel more miserable until they eventually kill themselves. That sounds to me more fucked up.
Yeah. I don't know what to think about that. I mean, the only thing that I can think of is to set maybe, unreasonable sounding boundaries. It's like, I'm not going to deal with you ever.
Yeah. It's true.
Oh, no guys were going through that when I was in high school. No one heard about it. Oh, no. Okay. So, they took this poor guy. It was unfair to pick on him. Okay, and I know I'm laughing, and I shouldn't, because it shouldn't be funny, but I went to an all-girls school, and so they took this guy and they brought him to our school, and they tied him to a pole. They had blindfold on, and right before they left, they took his blindfold off, and he's like, help, I don't know. Because what could be more embarrassing than taking someone to an all-girls school and tying them up? I mean, that's mean. That's just really mean. But
at least they kept them clothed, right?
oh yeah, but okay. It's funny you mention this. These guys did things to themselves that were stupid. I was on the girls' swim team, and we didn't have a pool, so we had to go to the boys' pool to swim at their school. And one day, all the girls at my school started screaming, and they're like, go to the window. So we go to the window, and we see these guys with bags on their heads running around the school, stark naked. Okay? So I'm like, we see you in those teeny bathing suits all the time. Do you really think we don't? Yeah, do you really think we don't know who you are? I mean, just because you're not wearing the Speedo.
I got you said teeny weeny.
Yes. Yeah, that too.
They really have small dicks.
Of course they did. It was cold.
Gotcha.
No, it gets better though. Okay, so it's an all-girls school. We had nuns. And they're wearing freaking bags over their heads.
That's really long and hard feeling, right?
Pardon me, what?
That was really long and hard feeling you got there.
Okay. So we had nuns, and there was a getaway car in the back parking lot, and there was a gate. Okay, and so the guy had to climb over. There was this one guy. He had to climb over the gate to get to the getaway car with the bag on his head. Well, he couldn't see very well with the bag on his head, so instead of going over the gate, he went into the tennis court, and the wall on the tennis court was much higher than the one on the gate. So Barry was climbing as fast as he can, up to like about one story, with the nuns staring at his naked ass the entire time. And of course he had to climb down because he couldn't make it. But I mean, I heard about that and everybody was just laughing like crazy. And of course, it was for them it was bad. For us it was an afternoon of entertainment. I mean, what were they thinking, that we were going to be emotionally scarred by their TVs? No.
Yeah.
We were just going to mock them the next time we saw them at the pool.
Yeah. No, I think it's interesting though. It's like I have like my dark moments where I laugh at stuff that should not have been funny. Like when I was hearing somebody tell a story about their grandfather who had Alzheimer's. He was somebody who disappeared for a long time, but all of a sudden, apparently, they found out about how they get a call from from Kmart asking, says, hey, I think it does want to know if you know this man. Can I give you his name specifically? Yeah, it's like, why? He's like, yeah, I think we found your grandfather. It was like, guess what? Like, what happened? These things said, like, that he was somebody who was apparently was gone to Kmart and had all of his clothes taken off. And,
Oh dear.
like, basically, his pants were around his ankles. And the store manager was yelling at him the entire time to get out of Kmart.
Oh, not very helpful.
And, it was really difficult for me to not laugh at that during that story. But, I felt like I was going to hell so bad. Or they was funny, but
you do have to laugh sometimes.
yeah, I mean, it's just like, for example, I used to watch. There's a guy I watched the Amazing Racist, and like he did like videos where he like there were things that should not be funny, and I said like, for example, when he was going around the KKK outfit, I was like, beat his ass. How has nobody murdered this guy? Like, so yeah, like, I think I just love the guy's reaction. He's like in the gas station, he's like asking, because he brings in a cross chorus, and he asks him specifically, his reaction was, are you serious? He's like, step out of here. He's like, are you fucking joking, bro? And then like of course he goes to cleaners to try to get his uniform cleaned. And the guy's like, come on, Mr. Cleaner, clean this shit. And he's like, he's like, want to take this outside, bro? But yeah, it was just really something that should not be hilarious. I just wondered, like I said, how he didn't get murdered. But yeah, as far as like pranks go, I've done my fair share of pranks on my actors, and they've done their naughty prank. Like they did this prank with me one time where they made me think that they cut my dick off.
Okay, that's not a good prank. I already don't like it.
Yeah, it's something that emotionally scarred me, but she got me good though.
You did say the word X. Yes, you did.
Yes.
Okay, good for you.
Yeah. Yeah. What?
On the subject of X's, I know that Malcolm, that was his name, right? Malcolm?
I'd say him, I'd also say it's interesting. There's I don't know if you've ever How to Find Your Che Guevara, but I recommend watching his UN speech that he gave.
Che Guevara?
Yeah.
Huh.
It was one of, probably one of the best speeches I felt in his critical people who had been critical of U.S.
am not a particularly political person, and despite how much my roommate tries to get me interested, and I feel that this is a weakness in myself, along with the fact that I don't know anything about team sports like football or soccer. More serious than football or soccer. Just saying.
Like with politics, I just like to know about it so that way I can make fun of everybody. Particularly because I like to take the equal opportunity to make everybody pissed off, pretty much.
That's not necessarily a good way of going about things. I feel that knowing.
What I mean is like, to me, we have to piss everybody off, but specifically shows that I'm not on anybody's side, really.
My roommate, she's fucking brilliant. My roommate likes to say I'm more informed and more able to debate I'm more informed and can out-debate anyone. So don't try me. So that's the way she puts about it. She's not out to piss anyone off. She's like, I am going to firmly defend the truth. That's what's going on. And she's yeah, don't mess with her. Jesus.
Yeah. I mean, like, really, it's just, I mean, if there's any side I'm on the side that specifically is sick of everything, really. That's what I'm for. Like, because I mean, I think really, it's why I'm fond of, like, The Daily Show, ultimately.
Yeah, she goes into things deeper.
I mean, it's good to watch, CBS or, like, any of your main, liberal media outlets. I mean, I do see benefits to watching Fox News, not because, I mean, I disagree with Fox News probably more than I disagree with anything, but, like, to me, I do see benefits to it because of the fact that, it lets, the pressure from outlets that are trying to hold the president's hand, what they're doing. Specifically, it's kind of, I felt the same way about CNN and about MSNBC at the time when Joe Biden was president.
I have a recommendation for you, and it's interesting because it is this is not influenced by I don't know. You may take your own opinion, and I will not try and form one for you because that's cool. Try and subscribe to Heather Cox's newsletter, and it's interesting because she is a historian.
I do like to watch historians. Particularly, there's a guy who goes by the name of the Cynical Historian who I watch.
Yeah.
He's he does a lot of videos. A lot of his videos are biased towards debunking pseudo-history, pretty much, that's made up by a lot of think tanks, particularly.
Yeah, so here's her name. It's Heather Cox Richardson.
Yeah, a lot of historians have a reputation of, going after conservatives, though, particularly, though. Particularly PragerU.
Well, I mean, here's they may have that reputation, but also, is that true? Or
they rightfully, like PragerU, I know rightfully deserves to get attacked by historians. Like, especially when they made that god-awful video defending Robert E. Lee. It was so bad that they themselves had to delete it.
Yeah, and the idea that the black people that came to the United States were hardy immigrants coming to start businesses in a new land. Oh yeah, that one's good.
I never saw that one. I I know there was the one where Candace O'Connor to our history because, white people were the people who freed the slaves in the deluded mind of Candace Owens.
The United States was okay because every culture everywhere made slaves of, people. Every culture everywhere made slaves of, people, even the blacks. Blacks made, African Americans had slaves in Africa. So therefore, it's okay if we make them slaves here. And American Indians had slaves, from other tribes. So like all these other, places, there was slavery that existed. So therefore, it's okay to have slaves.
Yeah, it's like, our ancestors, this is kind of what I've said. It's like, it's so, like, the idea is like, when they really, like, because, like, Matt Walsh, I mean, at the time, people were saying that, like, let's not sacrifice children and say no. Yeah, Candace Owens, I mean, just in general, I mean, it's just, like, I remember there's one video where she tried to, of course, make the Democrats, the video was called, like, something about, like, the modern plantation. She tried to argue that the Democrats, back then, like, are the same Democrats that they are today specifically, and like, I would agree with her that the Democrats have been a failure to African Americans, but I definitely disagree with her the idea that they should flee to the Republican Party in any way, because they trusted the Republicans have their best interests. But it was so hilarious though, because she at one point referred to black voters who vote for Democratic politicians as vote slaves.
Awesome.
Like, I mean, vote slaves. Like, people voting are slaves.
Okay. I have to get going, unfortunately.
Oh, and just one thing, like, there's also in the video, she was, like, saying that particularly that, of course, using the Clarence Thomas quote, lynching, being subject to public lynching, for going against the traditional narrative, and she was, like, brought an example of Thomas Sowell, who was called stupid by the media.
Okay.
I just think that's so, like, I don't, yeah.
It's always a new terrorist.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I understand. It's sad that we always have that somehow conversation. There's a thing called Goblins Law where it's like the longer internet discussion goes on, that the more likely reference to the Nazis comes up, and that's kind of that tragedy is that, politics are inevitable.
I was listening to something along that line just the other day, and I'm like, oh God, I'm so guilty. I'm just coming that close. And this is where my roommate jumps in. So like, we must chat. So you never ever do that. I can tell that you were thinking it. We're never going to do that. We're going to talk. So I'm going to have her teach me, to be. So don't make.
And there's also a group I'm part of that is a support group on Clubhouse. They're called Link by Kindness. But I'll send you the link if you want to join them.
I think everybody needs that. I mean, I sure as hell need, have been having bad days lately. I mean, I'm in a good mood right now, but yesterday I was curled in like a little ball and I didn't get out of my bed all day. So there it is.
I really need to, find a place to put my iPad somewhere else other than near my bed because I spend way too much time with my iPad. So, are you making popcorn?
No, I'm hungry and I'm making toast and I'm sorry and I forgot to make myself popcorn. That's a great idea, but no, I'm not going to do that either. Okay, we're making all the creepy noises right now. Just, all right. That should be fine. Yeah, send me the link and, and I will really appreciate that. And you did the right thing by setting up a room and coming here and letting people, listen to you and, give you bad advice and whatnot,
Pretty good support.
Yeah.
That's one thing that I would say. I got better support than I usually got.
And Necro down there, she had, I'm assuming that she had, comment that might be.
Yeah, I invite her up. And if you want to come up.
Okay, I gotta go, but thank you. It's so good speaking to you. Okay.
Anyways, then, I don't know if I gave you an invitation if you want to come up. Yeah, what's up?
Hi, how are you?
Sorry, what?
I'm just asking how you're feeling right now, observing.
I feel really better than I was. They're still pretty pissed off that I came to the job, but,
For some alternative sources of income, like maybe you could teach animation and drawing to someone.
I'm trying to apply for sites that do tutoring.
So, do you live alone?
Sadly,
Why is that sad? It's nice if you live with somebody.
I'd like it to be somebody who I want to be with me. Living with just anyone.
Are you with your family?
Yes.
Okay. Why don't you just take a break, like maybe go for a weekend somewhere? Someplace nice.
Only I could afford it.
Oh.
Because I don't have money.
You know what I found is like the biggest help.
What?
So what you really need to everybody needs to have some source of income. It doesn't have to be your ideal job. It doesn't have to be exactly what you're looking for, just to tide you over. It makes you completely independent. So maybe you can look for something that you can do which doesn't have anything to do with drawing or animation. Maybe it's just something you can pick up easily, just to tide you over.
I mean, I haven't tried to find a job. It's just basic part-time job. That's what I've been trying to find.
And what do you enjoy doing the most during a typical day?
What?
Like a very typical normal day, what do you enjoy doing the most?
Drawing. I also like to read. I also like to go walking.
Yeah, that sounds nice. Are you sure you want to drive right now? I mean, it takes a lot of concentration.
Well, it's fine.
Okay. Maybe you need to pull over and go to a nice park and walk around and.
We're open at this time.
Sorry?
We're open at this time.
What time is it where you are?
10:30.
At night.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Maybe you should. Do you think you should just go home and sleep? The sun is out. Birds are chirping. Sky's blue.
So,
seems you're really tired, Necro. Maybe you should just
No, I'm just, driving right now.
Okay.
So, I'm gonna guess you're in India.
Yes.
Gotcha. Pulling up, literally.
Sorry?
Got pulling up down the street.
Ask me something about India. Something which piques your curiosity.
Something that piques my curiosity. Is that your question?
Yeah. I mean, I'm just asking you to ask me something about India.
Yeah. What part of India do you live?
So I live in Delhi, which is the capital.
New Delhi?
Yes.
Okay. Can't remember what part that's from.
Sorry?
I can't remember which,
That's in North India.
yeah. That's what I assumed. I didn't know if, it's like, close to where the Taj Mahal is.
I was just going to mention that. I was just going to mention the Taj Mahal because that is, one location that is famous the world over.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like the area that's near Pakistan. That's where like most of the population is Muslim, right?
Yes. Yes. And the Taj Mahal is like about a 3-hour drive from Delhi.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
Do you know Queen Daniel Show? I think they're down there.
I don't remember it. I see we're both friends. So,
Are you still in school for animation and drawing? Are you still in school? When do you finish?
I anticipate graduating by 2026.
Yeah, would it be much more, would it be easy to find a job then? After your graduation?
Yeah. The only problem is just to make enough money to be able to finish out school. I have no money.
What are you doing?
Son.
Oh, great. That's great. You reached home.
What?
You reached home.
Yes.
So, do you want to hit the sack now? It's like 10:30. What time do you usually sleep?
just, people always tell me that I'm not depressed, that I'm depressed because I don't have religion. Well, many people. Which
Oh, I don't think that's true.
yeah. Well, it's just that I get really sick of hearing from people as well.
Maybe you shouldn't give people that much importance, people just have their own agendas.
That's just one of the only supports I got was family told me that because I don't have religion.
Oh, are you the only atheist in your family?
As far as I know.
Yeah, absolutely. That's right. There is no deity, but then there are people who may or may not believe in a deity or a supernatural being. They care about each other or their families or their friends.
Yeah.
So do you have any, I'm sure that people in your family or your friends who care about you?
I have some people in my family who care.
Yeah, so just focus on them. Just interact more with them rather than those who try to enforce religion down your throat.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. I have one guy who's I don't know if you know Corvus.
Sorry, I didn't catch that. Could you repeat that?
Do you know Corvus?
There is an account to the name of Roevis on Clubhouse that he comes, seen him in a couple of rooms on atheism.
Yeah. In fact, it's hilarious. His description, his bio says, Roevis is razor. If you believe in one form of religious nonsense, you're in no position to criticize another person's religious nonsense.
You know him personally?
Yes.
Okay. He's a friend of yours.
Yes.
Oh, he likes badgering people, no?
What?
He likes badgering people. He likes, being a bit of a nuisance.
Yeah.
So what do you think of him right now?
I just was looking at recommended people with mutual friends. But mine, I think he was one of the mutual friends that one had.
So are Roevis and you in the same city?
Or what?
Do you live in the same city, Roevis and you?
No. I wish I did live closer to him. Because where he lives is much nicer.
Where does he live?
In LA.
Mm-hmm. That's interesting. Did you say you'll get a lot of job opportunities in LA?
Yeah, with my job.
Yeah, so you have just 6 more months of school, right?
Yeah, I would imagine.
Okay, that doesn't sound like a very long time. So LA is just 6 months away. LA is just 6 months away.
Okay.
I said LA is just 6 months away. I'm sure you'll enjoy it.
Elliot has
I've been there. I loved it.
I gotcha. Ghost of what's that sound? Yeah,
So why don't you just focus on that, you know? You plan to go to LA 6 months hence.
yeah. I mean, I would like to.
Okay. So what time do you hit the sack? It must be like 11 o'clock at night.
Yeah, it's almost 11.
And what time do you hit the sack? What time do you go to sleep every night?
I'm not sure there's an exact time. Usually it's anywhere between midnight to 4 a.m.
Oh. Well, that's dumb.
Yeah. By the way, Celia, it's interesting. Your recent PTRs make you look much older than the first PTR when we met each other. Like you just have those straight emo bangs going down.
Why'd you break them up?
Yeah. Yes, I can invite them up.
Yeah, send him an invite.
So, but yeah, Ellie, like I imagined when I first saw your PTR that, you know, you're much younger than you told me.
Dude, I'm fucking 40.
Yeah.
I'm 40 years old. I'm kind of old, but not like that old, you know?
Yeah, like when I first saw like the first picture that you had though, where you just had like the bangs though, like you looked, you know, much younger.
I don't know why they. I mean, the other picture is older, but not that much older.
Yeah. Well, I'm referring to the one where you just had like the bangs specifically, as opposed to, you know, the waist style now.
The one was taken by my sister-in-law, my brother's wife, and she knows what she's doing. Like a professional photographer. This one was taken by my wife. I mean, she's not a professional photographer, but she just took this one with her camera phone.
Gotcha. Do you have any religious background or like?
Oh yeah. I live next door to Kingdom Hall. Yeah, I wasn't like super into it, but my mom would take me over there. I could hear them singing through the windows, you know, all the time. Well, that was kind of cool. But I just found it was just a bunch of bullshit. Ultimately, like, you know, why if God's good and he like, you know, he wants what's best for me, you know, what's the deal with all this bullshit? There's all this bullshit in my life. That's sort of how it started. I realized, yeah, this is it's not true. Maybe to make my own path, you know.
I gotcha. Yeah. No, I think it's interesting though. It's like you grew up, I mean, when it was projected, like, if, because like if you're 40, that means I remember there was like around the time you were like in your early 20s, you know, there was a time where there was published a study that showed that specifically that, you know, of young men who graduate college, that only 4% will be Bible believing Christians by the time they graduate.
I think a lot of that has to do with like the utility that God gives people.
Yeah.
Like the main utility that believing in God gives you is like explanations, like especially causal explanations for like why and how things happen. And going to school, like we learned alternative causal explanations that God used to fill or could have filled in the past, or no longer does.
Yeah. Yeah, I just really like in general, like with religion, the thing that I like in general though, I think one of the things that I found cringy like today is that like specifically that you know many atheist organizations have deviated away from issues that I think exclusively have to deal with like religion and government and have moved towards endorsing other, you know, political issues as their official positions. You know, because to me, it's like I don't think it's right for, you know, atheism to take, you know, any official position on like, you know, issues outside of you know, united for separation of church and state, really. Because I think you can have atheists who are conservative and atheists who are, you know, more liberal. Because in a world without religion, you would still have liberals and conservatives.
I think people should be humanists. I think everybody should be a humanist, whether that's like secular or not. It's I guess a separate question, but we should all be humanists. Try to promote like human well-being, flourishing. It's just good whether you're a theist or not, or you're atheist.
Yeah, I think that's interesting though. It's like there are plenty of atheists. Granted, a lot of them are usually libertarian minded, who would, you know, be opposed to, you know, to humanism. Or more specifically, they'd be against egalitarianism. Again,
Why you would be against that stuff? Like, I mean, egalitarian is like, I mean, what's not to love about egalitarianism?
well, I mean, their point of view is that they think that, you know, if everything's equal, and specifically if everyone's equal, then, you know, it would be something that would be a you know, would be like, you know, or because it would be something where nobody succeeds specifically.
I don't see any link between atheism and not supporting egalitarianism. In fact, I would think it would be the other way around. Atheists would be more likely to support egalitarianism.
Well, I mean, that's something you would think, but it's like, you know, atheists who are, I mean, granted, more of them are more libertarian minded specifically. But they definitely exist. I mean, it's like as much as people like to say that atheism means that you must be, you know, liberal or economy, like separation of, you know, economy and state.
Yeah, that's Randian, right?
I think Rand doesn't represent libertarians very well. I think, you know, if anything, it would be guys like Murray Rothbard. He specifically his entire philosophy was maximization of individual freedoms of property rights, specifically. That he essentially saw the state was a complete vice to property rights, specifically. That he coined the saying "taxation is theft."
That's again from Rand. Wasn't the Libertarian Party set up on Ayn Rand's principles?
No.
Objectivism? It wasn't?
No. She is associated with libertarian movement, but no, it actually was Murray Rothbard who created the Libertarian Party.
But he was a follower of Rand.
They both knew each other personally, but they both absolutely were very opposed to philosophy. But yeah. By the way, Elliot, to ask you the question, I don't know if you ever gone to like Boston Valley.
Oh, you mean the room you're at? I think I've been there a couple times just to listen to see what they talk about, but I didn't really find it all that interesting. I mean, they didn't even really talk about like tag or anything like that.
I mean, I do get some conversations, particularly when I'm talking with Jimmy. I feel like it does, the conversation does get interesting. And when I'm talking with guys, there's another guy named Beat Up who I regularly talk to. But usually if Matt Yester or another guy named Nick T comes into the room, usually it goes to shut.
Okay. I don't know if it's fine about the whole reset thing. It's just utterly ridiculous little concept.
Yeah, I mean, I think most people do, but it's like, I mean, like, in general, I think, like, guys, like, I think it's probably the best Christian apologist who I can I can converse with, a lot. It would be, like, all day with, would be N-Bird Facts.
He's pretty chill. Yeah, he's pretty chill. I don't know if he's a tag guy. He is a tag guy.
No, I think he's a classical apologist, maybe. Though I can't remember completely. Though he talks about more than just like philosophy of religion. He also talks about like, philosophy, like epistemology. Like we've talked about things like Gettier cases. Like, I think it's interesting. What logical system I've been trying to understand better would be modal logic.
I'm not like super familiar with it, but there's I understand that there are multiple different types of logics, and I like the difference between S4 and S5 logic, for instance, is just like a single axiom,
Yeah, it's like it's basically possible worlds versus necessary necessary existence, versus there's like it's basically like possible worlds versus things that must necessarily be true versus things that can possibly be true but didn't have to be true, or things like that. It's kind of like the modal ontological argument specifically, because like that's one I've been trying to understand like much better, particularly because almost everybody sees the ontological argument, at least in its original form, being really bad, including like pretty much every theist, or at least ones who are philosophically minded, reject versions that were put forward by like Anselm. But the argument that I can't really, it's not really, what was it? then certain ones that, are just ones that I think really always contain, like, a logical fallacy of some sort. That's, like the main problem with things like, for example, like, the first premise of, the column cosmological argument, whatever begins to exist at the cause, is, it's an equivocation. It relies on equivocation. It uses the idea that, whatever begins to exist, something that, caused something to exist from, pre-existing materia, and applying that to something that brought things into existence out of nothing. When things don't come into existence out of nothing.
There's a lot of weird problems with that argument. Like, I think like first, like it's just kind of weirdly conceptual. I'm not even sure it really works conceptually. Like, what does it mean to be maximally great? Greatness is a quality, right? It's not a property. And so, I mean, and it seems to me like qualities are these sort of inherently subjective and sort of like experiential things like sweetness and bitterness. What does it mean for something to be maximally sweet? It's just, I don't even know. It doesn't even seem to make sense to me. I don't even know if it works conceptually either.
Yeah, just in general, it's like, most people think the idea of like things that like, beg the question, they say, it's kind of the problem that they always say, like, for example, that, something that's, maximally great, they'll say like a taco or something like that. It's, tacos defined light. Maximally great beings, I'd say, one that, can, wouldn't it be something that, you can understand, or can you not understand it? Because it would be maximally great. If I could understand it, then it would be beyond aesthetic. But
how would you like in an objective sort of in an objective kind of fact-finding kind of way? How do you think we can measure something like greatness? Like what is it? Like say, I don't know, I don't know, like people have these conversations all the time with like the favorite music album or favorite band or favorite movie, and everybody has their own these stretch. It kind of doesn't really. There's no sort of objective measure for like greatness or just qualities. Period. Basically, I think the whole argument just fails because of that. I think they try to say like, well, like, there's all these different qualities that a being could have, like a max. And they say that, well, of course, to be maximally great, you have all these properties or something. Like, it's just.
I once made a ontological argument for the non-existence of the Christian God, which is that which being is greater, being that exists and is not able to save the majority of humanity, or a being that does not exist and is able to save the majority of humanity? I'd say that the being that does not exist is able to save the majority of humanity, therefore God does not exist.
Why say that? Why say it again? But this time slower.
I said, which being is greater, a being that exists and is unable to save the majority of humanity, or a being that does not exist and is able to save the majority of humanity? I'd say the being that does not exist and is able to save the majority of humanity, therefore God does not exist.
Wow, there's a reverse. That's like a reverse ontological argument. I think there's a few of them too. I can't think of any of the other ones.
Yeah, exactly. I remember this experience. There was a guy who said that he was told that he was a Christian. He said, like, he was asked, does he believe in leprechauns? He said no. He says, why not? He says, because I'm not Irish. And then he was pointing out, he says, wait, the Christian God is Jewish, so why aren't you Jewish? By that logic.
That's funny. They have like, man, there's, what's that one guy? Shit, I can't remember his name. Damn, not the bald guy, the other guy. He always had like this, I don't know, like when he smiles, like the corners of his lips just go like way up the side of his face. He looks like Joker's. What's that guy? What's the hell that guy name? He's funny, man.
Does he have like, does he wear glasses?
No, not that guy. I know the glasses guy you're talking about too, but it's not that guy. He's not as funny. I mean, so yeah, exactly.
He has like kind of squinty eyes.
Yeah, he's got like a dead. Was it
Because the fool said in his heart there is no God.
Alright.
And like I like that he was when his wife called in the show, it was like a prank call. To talk about how the bananas were perfectly designed for us.
Perfectly designed to go right up your ass. You know,
It's like, she's like, fits in your hand, fits in your mouth, and then Matt said it fits in your butt. He's like, actually, you pointed out that you think that's the intended purpose. You think that God designed, that created the bananas. He's like, you realize this that you get when cultivated. God didn't make the bananas that you get. We did. And he's like, hey, oh, so you can make a banana appear in your hand. This one. He's like, no, but I can make something that looks like a banana appear in my hand.
great.
He's like, you're just atheist because you want to sin. He's like,
What's the lady with the curly black hair?
Tracy.
Tracy, I think she had like the best. I don't know, what was it? What did she say one time? I'll never forget this one. She said like, shit. I'm trying to remember.
I like the one.
She said, she's talking with somebody and she's like asking a question with the phone. She said like, it was the one about like if it was like the difference between me and your God. It's like, your God will stand there and watch the pedophile or whatever, and he won't stop it, but I would.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, your God. And then you have the guy who says that like you're portraying that girl as innocent. And then Matt Delancey's like, bye. But yeah, I liked when Matt Delancey when he did the debate about what's his name? When in the one where he had the bananas really where he told Russell, he said that's maybe the call. He's like, go and sin some more. He's like, but yeah, Ray Comfort, like, I've actually met Ray Comfort.
Oh shit, is he like, I mean, he's Australian, right? So he seems like probably pretty chill, but is he still like this? He still say the same weird shit, or it's just like, is that like a, I don't know, persona that he does for the internet or something?
I don't know. I mean, to me, I like to have like a higher predictability, but I also don't like to just assume that people are being dishonest with me. You know, a chart full of all the different modified fruits that we have, and like to ask him, you know, do you have any specifically that's unique, that they got uniquely created?
There's so many problems that were the Neanderthals made in God's image. Are they heaven or hell, or do they have souls?
I like when he's debating on God, and he said no, he's like, I don't believe that. He's like, you're an ape, so I believe you're made in the image of God. And then Art Ross said, why is God an ape? Yeah, I mean, just in general, it's like the debate that he had with Matt Delancey that was the one where that he had with what's his name? It was a few years ago. But I remember commenting saying, you know, just replace any time that, you know, Ray Comfort says the Gospels with Alice in Wonderland, and any person will understand the atheist.
I thought it was really, obviously very simplistic, but saying like, was it Lawrence Krauss said it? He was on a debate stage with William Lane Craig, and he's like, Lawrence Krauss is doing his like professor thing where he gets up on the stage and he walks around and he like dictates, he's doing that, and he's like, even the Christians are, you believe like all these other gods don't exist like this, like there's no freaking Zeus, there's no Thor, there's no god of the wind, the sun, the moon, stars, the sky, the sun, all this kind of stuff.
Yeah, I gotta be honest, I wasn't too fond of Lawrence Krauss's debating. I mean, I understand it's like, the frustration of dealing with people like Craig, but it's like, I think his presentation really, it's like, I just think when you go off and showing like, emotion and things like that, that usually doesn't fare well with, your audience specifically.
He goes straight for the jugular vein. He does not give up.
Yeah. I mean, I thought that, like, to me, I think the guys who made Craig, who did the best, who performed, I think, the best, even, like, they, like, that they convinced this whole audience, specifically, even Craig's audience, were Sean Carroll and Shelley Kagan.
I remember a talk between Sam Harris and Brian Greene. Was Brian Greene?
Yeah.
Somebody like Brian Greene.
Sam Harris, not stand to listen to anymore.
Well, the part that's relevant here is like they were
sort of, you can't interrupt. Christian, I think, wants to say something.
Oh no, I was just getting the reaction. What's up, big brother?
What up, man?
Definitely.
Sort of discussing like, we're like, yeah, we're both atheists, but Sam Harris is trying to defend it's more like, which meth is better, the carrot or the stick? I don't know. I guess there's something to be said for both of them. I guess.
Yeah, I mean, just in general, I would just say that, like, the debates about, I just think William Lane Craig, the reason he wins usually the performance doesn't address to, like, the substance of those arguments mainly, and so, which is why, on performance, he does, win most debates.
Yeah, I like the technical aspect of it. Like you're just scoring like on a strict like academic debate style. He does win. Yeah, but I think he loses on like he's very good at like repeating and stating clearly and concisely what his position is, so that people can. Well, a lot of things he says are complex, but he tries to explain it as best as he can. He's very good at doing that. But he could never be like Sam Harris or Christopher Hitchens in like a regular, just street debate or something like that. He just loses it every single time.
On rhetoric, yeah. I mean, like, he loses every time on rhetoric against, no question, but like, it just, in terms of like substance, really, I just say that, like, Sam Harris's debate that he had on like morality with William Lane Craig, it was really disappointing because I wish Sam would have addressed more of the claims that that Craig made, specifically having to deal with the nature of objective morality, and he took it as kind of an opportunity to bring like the specifically going off about the problem evil specifically, which I mean is definitely relevant to morality of Christianity, but it's like, I don't know. I mean, willing like Greg, I mean, I just feel like it's one of the things though he kind of like, sets up, I think, would be like kind of like a mob melee where he'll say that, morality depends on God, and then like he'll switch to say, all I'm saying is that morality must be dependent on facts, it can't be relative, specifically.
Yeah, I would go for like Alex Malpass or the Australian guy. Graham Oppie. I'd go for either of them on like the technical stuff. So we're good at the technical stuff. For Sam Harris, so that there was one debate they had at Notre Dame that there's like a 10-minute clip of it from it's like one of Sam Harris's sections. That might be like one of the best sort of takedowns of like Christianity. And while we were in like that short 10-minute section is like amazing. That stuff is incredibly powerful. But he wasn't addressing like the terrorism.
It was basketball and Christianity in terms of its values. So as far as Christianity goes, I don't speak for Christianity itself. I mean, I'm aware that the Trinity is something that a lot of Christians follow, but as much as it's something that Christians will say is the only way to understand God. I understand that. Now, of course, whether or not something that Jesus taught, I mean, I don't see any evidence that Jesus believed that, in the Trinity or anything like that. Now, but I'm definitely aware, the reason people say like, that the Bible doesn't explicitly mention the Trinity, but it's the only way to understand God in any context. But, I ultimately, even though, I understand that, like, not convinced that Jesus believed in the Trinity, or in the earliest Christians specifically. But, I obviously, like I said, I'm not a theologian though, and so I don't discount the verses that will be said that support that, saying that, this supports the Trinity. But there's also, I mean, to me, I believe it's something that is definitely up for debate among theologians about what they mean. All I can say is that I'm not convinced that Jesus believed, believe that God was, three persons. I believe that, as he stated, he stated the Shema, where, he proclaimed, God is one, that Jesus will preach monotheism. So
I think the word God is just a title, like emperor or queen, and I think it means like supreme or ultimate, like supreme or ultimate is kind of what it means. But it's a title, it's not like a proper name like John or Jack or Jill or whatever. It's not a proper name, it's not anybody's name. What else was I gonna say? Let me think for a minute.
I mean, I think it's interesting. There's a book that Barker made called How Jesus Became God, where he, goes into the history of like how is it that Christians rationalized and developed the doctrine of Trinity, how it formed, after 100 years, but specifically, because there's like problems with the idea is that, if, Jesus was, because you had like, things like Josephsism where Jesus never died, simply he spiritually died, his, but he never really wasn't, the only problem with that is that if he's a man, he can't die for anybody. So
says that there's a Trinity. I think
there's never an explicit, confirmation or articulation of the doctrine of the Trinity. Except, you have the one verse that was added, the Yohanan comma, which does articulate the doctrine of the Trinity, but through text, but it doesn't exist in any of the original manuscripts.
I think that people have to infer from the book that there's a Trinity. It's not clearly stated in there. It's not clearly stated in there. I think people infer it, and then there's also a bunch of Jehovah's Witnesses, for example. There's a lot of different denominations of Christianity that try to sort of go back to the roots of early Christianity or first century Christianity. What they thought that the first century Christians thought and believed. And what was I going to say? Jehovah's Witnesses are among one of those groups, so that's why they are monotheistic, but they're the Trinity. Jesus is like the first created thing. He is the agent of creation. Like God doesn't. The only direct thing that God creates is Jesus. And that's it. And then Jesus creates everything else.
Yeah.
It's a lot of the ways people think about it.
Yeah, exactly. I think one of the, I'm aware of definitely a lot of the common arguments that are given, they'll give John. I think John is the only gospel where Jesus, death. It's, he does, where he says,
none of it's only in John. None of the other three, the synoptics don't have.
But even
Jesus saying God.
Even in John's gospel, it's he makes a lot of things that to me, make it problematic. God is described as, being, all powerful, and yet Jesus says he could do nothing of himself. In John chapter 8, and then, so, to me, it's I'm not saying that, in the Bible that you don't have any ways you can try to make implications that, the Trinity is there, but it's in general, it's I don't know. To me, I think really the thing that doesn't make sense to me is that, in the book of Isaiah, you have it's where, he makes an explicit statement, I alone, am the Lord, and there is no other. To me, it's did Isaiah believe in the Trinity? And if so, why is he writing them?
You think that would be a really important thing to cover in all the Gospels, the birth, death, resurrection of Jesus is in all the Gospels. That's very important, and why those things happened. But only one of them has Jesus saying that he's God, even in a roundabout kind of way. Only in the Gospel of John.
Yeah, just in general, it's but I understand, it's just such a controversial topic. It's it's interesting if you tell, any pastor, you tell them, I believe that, Jesus was, I believe Jesus was God, or sorry, that I don't believe in God, and trying to, for dinner, and then explain to you why you should, believe in God. But if you tell them, they have no clothes, pretty much. It's just a subject that makes a lot of them very uncomfortable. But just in general, it's just to me, to me though, it's pretty clear. It's Jesus claimed, in Mark, and in Matthew, and I said, he recited the Shema, saying, that there's only one that is good. So it's just to me, and he says, he asked.
Not the read.
Unitarian, right?
Sorry, what?
I'm a Unitarian.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, I'm a Unitarian. That's why I posed the question. I don't know if you responded because I was AFK, but.
Well, I mean, yeah, I was responding to your question, but yeah, to me, like, to me, it's like, I understand, like, theologians will debate the issue, but yeah, I'm just not convinced that Jesus believes, in the Trinity or anything like that. So, I mean, I definitely don't believe that it's inconsistent for a person to believe that, believing that, Jesus worshiped one God above everybody. That he told people that, there's, one God above everyone.
Yeah, I mean, I think Unitarianism is like the most, I guess, logical way to follow Christianity. I mean, a lot of Trinitarian, we just have to look at the history of the Trinity to be able to understand that, right? I mean, the church councils and the development of the Trinitarian doctrine came well before Jesus. And that's one thing that people do not understand is that these like Christian like interpretations are before Jesus came. And there was no communication of God's command within that. It started with Tertullian in like 160, and he said he was coined with the term Trinity first, and then he outlined the doctrine, and he was well affiliated within the church, so he proposed it to the church fathers, and then that went up into the councils and
Well, I mean, yeah, it's just interesting. It's like the church fathers, I think, what's his name? Not Tertullian. Believed in subordinationism. Like, he believed that Jesus was, he when the Trinity was first coined, it was just identified as, hierarchy pretty much was what it was. But it was still like, Jesus was subordinate to God.
I mean, was it Notice of Samaria?
Was it what?
Notice of Samaria?
No, it was Origin I was talking about.
Oh, Origin.
Oregon, something like that.
Because there's like other people that kind of line with that too. Like, it's kind of like, this is in terms of the Trinity, of course, but it was like Paulus Samosata and Sibelius and things like that.
I just think that essentially the Trinity, like I mentioned before, it's like the Trinity. It's not, no clear articulation of the Trinity is anywhere, in the Bible. And
it's not mentioned once.
Yeah, and like I said, it's so not there. It's why they had to add, what is known as the Johannian Canon. That was in 1 John chapter 5 verse 7. But all in modern translation of the Bible, they always leave footnotes saying that this isn't in the original text of any of the New Testament, like any of the earliest manuscripts that we find. So just kind of the same way, like when it says, like, for example, that that says that Jesus was filled with compassion in Mark 1:44, I believe it is, where it's like I guess Christian left, but I was surprised. I don't know if you know Christian Elliott.
No, I never. Well, I can't remember running into him.
Yeah.
I was gonna say is I think Christianity is very clearly a myth. and not myth in like the normal sense of the word. I mean, like in the academic kind of sense. Myth.
By the way, Sally, I want to ask you, do you know this guy Webby?
Webby? Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I wonder if I should bring him up just to humor him.
He often uses a troll, but he can have like pretty cool insights now and then.
Well, I just want to know like specifically what, like, I mean, to me, I think, wonder if anything he said that would be good.
Clear, I'm here for a good faith linear conversation.
Okay, so what does he want to talk about?
Yeah, I just want to know if you share the intuition.
Like what you're describing is, I think, synthetic propositions, ultimately.
I don't think so. I think that would be like derived a priori. But it's just like if non-existence cannot exist, then God not existing can't exist. Yeah, like that would be the proposition. So we're just saying the proposition that God does not exist being true. That proposition that God does not exist being true. That proposition can't exist. Between like metaphysical modality, like nomological modality, and other types of like conceivability.
It's true. What's the contradiction?
Oh yeah, the contradiction is just gonna be like if the proposition is true. All these propositions would just be the proposition that God exists and the negation of that proposition, which is that God does not exist.
How does that work?
What do you mean?
So double negative.
This just seems like a play of words to me. I mean,
These are two propositions that have a contradiction. God exists and God does not exist. Those two propositions in conjunction evaluate to false in all possible worlds.
Yes.
He's asking how that conjunction is derived from the proposition being true, that the proposition God does not exist is not true in any possible world. So he's asking how that proposition derives that conjunction of propositions that evaluate to false in all possible worlds, which is the contradiction. And I gave him the derivation, but I don't know if he was tracking.
Is confusing description with, what is, what maps onto what is the case, because, all descriptions are things we made up.
Yeah, I'm invoking like 2D modal semantics. Do you know the distinction between like the primary and secondary intention of a modal?
But
Yeah, so I'm talking about certain truths that are derived from pure reason, like a priori truths, and I'm pointing out how there has to be certain like intrinsic teleological properties to these sort of facts about rationality to allow for them to be like stance independent, just in virtue of them stipulating an accessibility relation in all possible worlds, where like the analytic predicates that constitute the propositions that refer to those modal properties are going to have the same referent concept in other accessible possible worlds. So that's all I'm showing, and I gave the conceptual analysis as well. So I just don't know if there's like a tracking error on your part or something's distorting your rational faculties.
there's, we go with the condescension, so.
I told you he was a troll, dude.
Yeah, these are just clear like abstract relations that I'm representing.
Yeah. Well, so you basically, anyways, in general, so, as, like, I mentioned, modal logic is something I've been trying to understand better myself, ultimately. And so, really, you just can't expect everybody to be on your level with philosophy, and, it's just not really, it's just not that simple, bro.
I'm sorry, I just want to be welcomed in this community. I apologize.
Why do you not throw out why do you collapse all the modalities into one? That's weird. Why do you do that?
That has to do with my view of the mind, like philosophy of mind. I think that all base modal logics stipulate the accessibility relation and then some given set of axioms, but the axioms, number one, are going to be non-inferentially justified. So that means that the justification I have in the axioms doesn't depend on inference. It's like epistemically autonomous. And number two, those axioms are going to be constituted by the same referent in all possible possible worlds where those axioms are true. So it's a second order claim about the necessity of those axioms. It's not saying that they exist in all possible worlds, but it's saying in all possible worlds where they do exist, they're going to have the same referent concept.
It's like the limit of your background knowledge or something like that.
What?
Like what's true given what you know, whether that's epistemic or metaphysically or logical, right? That's kind of what you're saying.
No, it just collapses. Yeah, it collapses the distinctions between like ideal and like prima facie conceivability that Chalmers lays out within like base modal logics, and also positive and negative conceivability as well. These are intrinsic to all modal domains.
Oh well, Chalmers said it must be true.
Well, I already gave the like abductive evidence in favor of it, so unless you have an epistemic defeater against my account of justification, then prima facie is going to be justified and hold more theoretical virtue in your.
No, I just wanted to hear what the reasons were. I'm not trying to argue.
Yeah, but my account is that the reason givingness for my justification was conferred non-inferentially. So in the absence of defeaters, the negation of my view.
I think non-inferential justification is ridiculous. Like you, I don't know, it just doesn't.
Do you have a defeater?
You know, you could be. I mean, you could at least like absurd conclusions. You can, like, you know, whatever you see by aliens or something.
Can you give the inference that entails like non-inferential justification entails that
You know, I
perceptual
have to because it's
experience?
not a justification, and then you turn around and ask me for an inferential justification, which is really silly.
I'm asking if you're non-inferentially justified in the proposition that you were taking that proposition to be true and justified, not the actual non-inferential justification itself. Sounds like you're tracking error.
Are you going to address what I said or no? Or you just
When I say dodging, you can't engage in like a linear fashion. Do you have an argument that I should answer your question?
I clearly stated my position and you just went off in some other direction.
Yeah, so just to be clear, you're failing to respond to my critique. Like, you can't respond to my critique in a substantive manner. Yeah, I just don't know if you're incapable of engaging because you're a slow boy. But the problem is you're not capable of demonstrating that you understand these entailments, and you're failing to provide an epistemic defeater against my counter-justification. So, I mean, you kind of look bad.
So
You just got knowledge gapped in the conversation.
Whoopi, I just want to ask you, what is your?
I just knowledge gapped him and I skull fucked
No,
him.
Whoopi, just answer this question. So I just want to like to know, what is your ultimate motivation? I'd like to know.
Yeah, I'm just here to discuss philosophy.
Okay, so because you seem, like you're out of your way to be a social gadfly, and I'd like to know is that do you just, I mean, did you get this from quarantine really? That,
He claims to be autistic, but I think he's trolling about that too.
I didn't even
I
have
don't
to.
really trust anything he says.
Yeah, it's interesting. He left on his own. I didn't even have to remove him. So, thankfully.
I don't know if the guy's angle is. I appreciate that he kind of trolls everyone, sort of. It's like equal opportunity troll. Doesn't really discriminate against any trolls.
Yeah, I mean, to me, I wish that he would just just take, I just wish that he could do like contrary and like what guys like when I saw like Ben Shapiro was interviewed by on BBC.
On BBC?
Yeah. Like, literally, nobody ever would call him a leftist. Stuff.
And Shapiro's
Because, I mean, the guy, Andrew Neil, like, he's been known for, he supported the Iraq War. He was yeah, so it's like, literally, nobody ever, like, Ben Shapiro's like, this guy leftist, literally nobody ever else. For a guy who hates leftist, he sure left. Else said, I've seen people lose to debates, but I've never seen anybody lose to an interview. But yeah, I mean, just in general, it was really laughable. When Ben Shapiro says that, it's like, why don't you just say you're on the left?
Ben Shapiro, I think lately he's been
He's been
cool. Trump.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, I thought I'd never see the day, but I guess even he has his own guardrails.
I think it's the tariffs. Yeah, it's me.
Well, actually, I think to me, do you really think that? Because I mean, I know he's not a fan of the tariffs, but to me, I think really, if anything, he's not. I think he's like, you think it's not like that he's sick of the transgressive Nazis that Trump has been enabling.
I don't know. This Trump's like an insane maniac.
Yeah.
You read the thing he put on his Truth Social?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
The Rob Reiner.
Yeah. It is.
He's a fucking lunatic. What the hell's wrong with him?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, this is like, I can't see how anybody who thought that, who was saying that, expected people to shed tears, like how anybody can, suggest that the left was cruel for, what happened to him, in Butler, Pennsylvania, where he almost died. And then, to see that, how he treats everybody who is his opponent. Where, he said, literally, he blamed Rob Reiner, saying him having Trump derangement syndrome was what led to his death.
Well, he also specifically said something like the way it makes other people feel, or something like that, and how it derangement syndrome made other people feel. He almost put it in plain English, but he stopped short of it, saying that he died because he was deranged about the things that he said, and people found it offensive.
That's literally what leftists used to argue why Trump deserves to die as well. Of all the shit that he says, that he's literally making an argument for why
he died for what they say.
Me neither. But Trump, who makes an apologetic about how he said things that were insensitive to his fans.
They just need to grow bigger skin. The part that I think the part that's most ironic is or hypocritical, I should say. It's like them to us, and then or gracious about it, and then Trump turns around and says this shit about Reiner.
Well, then he also said, of course, right after Kirk was shot, he blamed potentially half the country for Charlie Kirk's death. Really, so I'm somehow responsible because I'm not a fan of Charlie Kirk. Or view that I'm somehow responsible for his death. Just and he's the same person who accuses left of being divisive, specifically. He called Joe Biden that the Democrats are one who got him shot specifically. Joe Biden, to say that Joe Biden is the most divisive president is very laughable to hear from Trump.
We do with the flat earthers, particularly the flat earthers take our normal rhetoric about the flat earthers and they use it almost word for word against us. And that's what the hardcore MAGA people do. They'll say the typical kinds of things that we might say about them. which we know are true. Like Trump is a divisive person. It's just a fact.
No, it's just
they use that against us.
yeah. I think it's interesting. I really hate Bosch, really, to be honest. But like, I think it's interesting. He made a point that I think is absolutely true, at least about MAGA right now. It seems like because like unlike the right wing in other countries, like in if they believe if they believe gay people deserve to be put to death, if their own politicians that they vote for, or they have or if they are found to be gay, then they would have them be stoned like everybody else that they want to be stoned. But if unlike in America, where it's like if one person has been associated with pedophiles, they'll completely change their script about it.
It's kind of like the abortion thing. Like you ask some of like the really hardcore conservatives, they'll say, "Yeah, I think abortion is wrong and we should ban it nationwide," right? But then you ask them the next question: do you support Trump? Do you support like giving the decision moving it from the federal level down to the state level? Whether abortion is legal or not. Are you allowing Trump to make it legal in some places?
That's one of the things I push back on, the left, is that because I don't believe abortions.
Like a 3-week-old fetus have a subjective experience. Is there what it's like to be a 3-week-old fetus, or whatever? And the answer is no. They don't even have like the they don't even fetuses don't even develop the building blocks of like subjective experience. It starts at like 30 weeks. It starts at 30 weeks. It doesn't begin. It's just like I think it's just a ridiculous position that they
Yeah, exactly. And I think it's interesting that I was in a I don't know how often you go to Andrew's rooms, but I was in a chat with Rashad, Chavez.
Yeah,
he regularly comes on and off. But yeah, of course. I think one of the things that's really, I think really is kind of thing about him is that he'll often specifically make points, and then when they get rebutted, he tries to move on to try to continue to paint outside of his own, because particularly when I was making the point about how Christians being more likely to kill their kids if an authority told them to do so than if atheists did so. And he said that atheists are more likely to kill their kids, specifically. And he brought up, of course, abortion specifically. And I said, point is and I just point out to the fact that I think really the problem really is, other than just the fact that the data shows that aside from religious people actually getting more abortions than people who are not religious. I also showed specifically that to point it out that if religion is true, that there's unique division among any people who are justly as committed as to the issue. And so there is no solution that religions have, but it's something that simply was kept on being tried and painted as that there's unanimous decision among theists, but it's it's even though Jesus said himself that if two of you agree with one thing on earth, they'll be done by the Father in heaven. Well, no two Christians or believers agree on any issue. If you take any sort of issue, believers on both sides will be deeply committed to the issue. And so But yeah, it was just interesting though. Like I also pointed out with Rashada, in resulting in dying due to spontaneous abortion. So if theism is true, then God is the greatest abortionist. So
I just find it funny, like when they try to, if theists try to, well, a lot of these, like, either they do it incidentally, like unintentionally, or, but then there's another group that will, go out of their way to, try to point that,
and I think
that the atheists are like immoral, because they have no religion or something like this. A lot of religions think like that, but when you go and read their book, their God literally kills fucking babies. Like it's there in the genocide.
Well, I don't even.
So I don't want to hear any shit from them about that on that front.
Well, I don't even resort to that. I just tell them specifically is that they say that they have this morality, and I say to them, it's like that all I see is really just authority or consequentialism, which I don't see as morality. I think morality implies means doing for the sake of goodness, not because of wanting reward or fearing punishment or doing it because you have the guy who said I'm the boss and I'll punish you if you don't do what I say. Like that's just authoritarianism.
It's just dumb.
It's just.
I think like I was just saying. I think like authority is not like taken or assumed. It's authority is recognized, and that's the only way that someone or something can gain authority is by recognition of others. It's the only way that it works. It could possibly work.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and that's kind of why, like, to me, it's also the question of how did you decide that God was good is a very question that, it always needs to be addressed by, by whenever the claim is made that, of theistic morality about how God is necessary for their goodness. It's like, to me, it's like, how did you decide that God was good?
I mean, like, if you take all this is like a really strong point against theism, I think, especially like monotheism, that they call this disagreement that people have, in particular, like moral disagreements. If there were a God from which all morals flow from his nature or something like that, then we should expect to see like more what's the word? Ubiquitous or we should see more homogeneity within the morals across cultures and time, in history. But we don't. Instead we see like literally thousands of Christian denominations, thousands of different gods throughout history, all different manner of like moral and ethical frameworks. And many of them, maybe even most of them, are mutually incompatible. They're mutually exclusive, meaning they can't both be true. Many of them are of that nature too. That's just more evidence that there aren't any morals, like objective sense of morals.
I think really what I find disturbing though is when I hear people like Trent Horn, who's like probably the sharpest knife in the drawer apologist I can think of, and when he gets to showing his real cognitive bias is like when he defends things like, for example, slavery in the Bible. Like in his debate, with Cosmic Skeptic, it was like when he responded saying that slavery in and of itself is not inherently bad. And I mean, to me, it's like when I was remember watching his video also where he responded to a thing called Satan's Guide to the Bible, which was, of course, that lecture about where, basically teaching people, basically children, to be skeptical of what they're being taught in Sunday school, pretty much. And Trent Horn responded, one of the things he said, was when they pointed things like genocide in the Old Testament, was that Trent Horn said that they never showed that what the Canaanites did was wrong. Where they talk about, of course, things like child sacrifice. Because of course the Israelites, the enemies will always describe their enemies more abhorrence, basically. But I mean, essentially, it's like like what I'm thinking about is like, meanwhile, do you realize that you're justifying ethnic cleansing, Trent?
It's horrible.
It's like,
I mean, they're like their conceptual framework is consistent, but it's just the whole thing is absurd. It's absurd and it's false.
I think
one thing that Andrew does is show up too. I want to say one other thing about the moral disagreement thing. Like a good example of something that is truth tracking. Like if morals came from one source, like a single being, say that were right, and we should expect to see much more homogeneity, right, in ethical moral systems across the planet and cultures. We should expect to see that, but we don't. But a good example of that would be like, as an analogy, here's a good reason why naturalism is probably true. It's because natural explanations, specifically from like the scientific method, are useful. They work. They're successful across a vast array of different cultures and religions and countries and peoples and all this kind of shit. That's pretty powerful evidence that naturalism is truth tracking, and subjective moral stuff is like the complete reverse of that.
Yeah. No, I just think it's amusing was that Trent Warren. He repeats the William Lane correct style of reasoning, where it's like he'll say that God, since the author of life, has the right to take life as he sees fit, and he gave this analogy where it's like, if I give you $20 every day and then I all of a sudden stop giving you money, I have not wronged you. You have no rights to the money. And I was like, to me, that's a completely inaccurate analogy because God doesn't just withhold extending people's, lives. He actively deprives them of the life that they were given. And so I think the analogy is more akin to if, you give $1,000 to charity and then you find out that it's, funding families, children families you didn't like, and so you decide to steal money from the charity.
I feel like it's just a shooting gallery right now. Another like big problem I have with Christianity in particular is like the whole, like it's like just like personal responsibility is like the basis for everything in ethics. Like nothing in ethics. It's so like mind-bogglingly insane to me that people they just do this stuff without thinking about it. Right? I mean,
is not true. A lot of them are about whether Christianity is dangerous or whether or not it's anything that is good for society, which I think is a thing that really I'm not as certain about. Because, I mean, to me, it's like, it's very difficult for me to make the assessment because it's a lot of it's, sociology, which is not really my field, mainly. It's like to me, because I can point to a lot of behaviors Christians have done, and, I can't conclusively show that, I can show, but I mean, to me, it's like, is it proof that Christianity, like if Christianity were to spread, that, this is something that would, that this is something that would continue, or is that, something that would exist, without Christianity, or other aspects of Christianity that make it dangerous. So, in general, something that I just think I could never make the decision about, which is kind of why I think a lot of atheists who have debated them have, one of the complaints is said that they fumbled on this issue. I don't know. I can't really say though. To me, but I think it's interesting. He does make a lot of, it's one thing I will say about inspired philosophy is that, he definitely has sociological papers specifically. I will say that. So, things like whether God exists or things like that. I mean, those are the ones where like he really loses me. I will say.
What do you say, Jordan Peterson?
No, Inspired Philosophy of Michael Jones.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he like when he makes like debates about sociology, whether Christianity is bad for society or good for society, like he does seem to sound more reasonable than when he makes like debates about like whether God exists or like when he's like debating things like the problem of evil. It's like it just seems like when I'm hearing from him, a lot of times the problem of evil are just the same answers that I've heard before. That like it's just really painful to listen to.
He's kind of a shitty debater. I watched a debate with him. So this was like really recent too, like from the past week, or like a week ago maybe, on modern day debates between him, Inspiring Philosophy, and Richard Carrier. They were debating naturalism. And I just wanted to watch it because I hadn't seen anything from Richard Carrier in a long time, so I wanted to check that out.
Yeah.
It turns out like the Inspiring Philosophy guy was like, he was just being like really fucking dishonest and disingenuous. And it's just like, what the fuck? Why is Carrier debating this guy? Because I thought Carrier did a good job defending his position on naturalism.
Yeah, I don't know too much about Richard Carrier, his moral position. I mean, I think on the history of Steve Jesus, like I've heard his like debates on that. I'm not convinced of his conclusion. I think really his debate that he had with Trent Warren and the one that he had with William Lane Craig is the one where he definitely came out on top because he had, of course, with him being the academic on his side, like, he was ahead of both of them on, like, specifically on.
I think the one with William Lane Craig, I had no idea. That's interesting.
Yeah, he did. It was
an early one.
Yeah, it was an old one, but it was when Richard Carrier, he looked like he was in he always looks like he's in his college age, but this one he looked like that he just think he was a student at MIT.
Where did he go? Columbia? I think Carrier went to Columbia.
I can't remember, but I mean
the reason I remember. This is funny. The reason I remember is because Craig gave like a sick burn of Carrier. He was like, "What do you?" It was during. I think it was during that debate. The whole debate the one we're talking about.
The one
he was like, I can't believe that someone with went to such a good school like Columbia would come out and make this. And he's talking about like the historicity thing.
Yeah, I mean, I think out of all of Craig's debates, I think the one that really, to me, as far as history goes, I'm personally more of a fan of Ehrman than I am of Richard Carrier, to be honest.
But I think they both make really good points. I watched a few of those debates, the historicity one topic with Carrier. I thought it was a really interesting angle. I feel like people aren't really addressing there's a few guys that do really get in the weeds, and they talk about scripture and this or that verse means, what this word means, and just it gets really complicated with a few people. But most of the time, people are just not addressing the things that Carrier says, like with the honors of the Lord, for instance.
Yeah, I don't know so much. Richard Carrier, I haven't read as much. I know he has a book he recently came out with where it was a few years ago where they're propositing the theory that Jesus is from outer space. was like an interesting theory, I thought. But
I think that's what's it called? I think it's called Jesus from Outer Space. And I haven't read it, but I think the idea is basically it's basically like an alternative hypothesis that explains Christianity, that explains like the origin of Christianity. I think that's what it's tried.
Did you ever see Craig's debate with Robert M. Price?
Craig and Price. I don't remember, but I did see one with him and Bart Ehrman. That was really interesting.
Yeah, I think the part like with Bart Ehrman and him, I think what was most frustrating about the debate was because of the fact that both of them were talking about two completely different methodologies. I felt like Bart Ehrman addressed, or at the very least gave a more consistent method for determining what was historical. Like particularly, he gave definition of history, which is why a conclusive proof of why the resurrection could never be historical. Which, of course, William Lane Craig just dismissed as being something that was Hume's argument, pretty much, which is really just a guilt by association. It's like, why does it matter if it was Hume's argument? Can you not address the argument itself specifically? Yeah, I think really it's just in general though, it's like, yeah, it was just really one of the frustrating things about the debate ultimately. I think William Lane Craig's his equation that he had for proving the likelihood that Jesus was resurrected was absolutely, I lost at that point. Which is what Bart Ehrman, like when he said that, like, if you're going to use math to prove that, a resurrection happened, I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, that's one of the things Kerry was just cool for was Bayesian reasoning. Yeah, Bayes' theorem, essentially probability, and I mean that's part of his training, basically his PhD training, and he uses like Bayesian reasoning is like core to his Jesus mythicism thing, and like one of the responses from Craig was like, you can sort of put like insert anything into Bayes' theorem, and it will be you can get like any sort of result you want out of it. Basically, what he said, which is it's not really addressing Carrier's position. I don't know. I did a lot of moves like that I didn't know.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's interesting though. Trent Warren, I mean, like, I don't know, like if you saw the debate he had with Matt Delonte about whether the resurrection happened.
I don't remember it. I think I was watching. I don't remember.
Yeah, I think it was really disappointing when Matt Delonte, like, he had that point where Trent Warren was being put into a chokehold by basically asking him whether or not, of course, whether Trent Warren, whether he's going to believe that the person rose from the dead on testimony alone. And Trent Warren, it took him a long time to answer that question, but I mean, I think it was a really missed opportunity for Matt to ask him about, because they brought up the example of books of reported resurrections. I wish that Matt Delonte would have gone through the.
Yeah, it's tough. Miracles always seem to work out. You investigate them. It's no reason to think that.
A lot of atheists, particularly for his political views, but like. I still need to see Pine Creek as he offers a lot of valuable content for theists, I think, explaining to them ultimately. But Horn has where he has the empty tomb, things like that, where he has all these disciples who supposedly saw him, and Pine Creek asked him okay, so I have this 500 witnesses who claim to see me. would you believe that, like, he just really, was avoiding, like, concrete report.
It just gets worse and worse.
Yeah.
I don't know, he's like the grizzled freaking, fucking, what's the guy's name? Gandalf. He's like fucking Gandalf, of like this experience.
Yeah, well, I think essentially Ethan's experience doesn't want to be associated with.
Oh, I heard about like the producers and stuff like that. That's some like weird disagreement or something.
Yeah, I can't remember what it was, but I believe it was about like, I know that you had Stephen Woodford, who was removed the controversy. I can't remember what it was, but something to do with trans issue.
Of course, trans people in the United States is like less than 1%. Like much less than like 1% of the total population. And like it's a fucking like insane like national topic. It's just why aren't we talking about like fucking healthcare? Healthcare affects like literally every single citizen or person in the United States. Why are we talking about that? Yeah, because it's fucking ridiculous shit.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's like one of those things. Like I feel the same way. It's like, I mean, like not saying that's not an issue that I am concerned about or anything like that. I do think it's an important issue that needs to be addressed. But it's like, to me, it's like, out of all the issues that I'm concerned about, I'm more concerned about healthcare, about, I'm concerned about, crime, above all. But yeah, it's like, to me, it's kind of the thing, really, like I said, it's like I mentioned earlier, it's like the thing with atheism that I really not liked is really just when like movements have taken positions, official positions on like, politics, really, outside.
When the Marxists and the communists say, how's it go? They say that we'll have like less crime and better mental well-being, etc. and on if people's material needs are met. When they say that, like I think they're like right on the fucking money when they say that. I think people just like write that off just because they're Marxists or communists or whatever. But I mean that statement is fucking true. We would have less crime. People would have better quality, a better standard of living. They're gonna have better mental health. They have better jobs, etc. If all their basic material needs are met, like food, water, shelter, education, and stuff. Like that's just clearly fucking true.
Yeah, I mean, as far as communism goes, I mean, it's I just really like, to me, it's like one of the things that really gets annoying to me is like, as an atheist, is the fact that we're less trusted than convicted rapists, according to a study that was done.
Oh yeah, like what is it? I remember one poll was like they asked for things like they're like multiple choice questions, and one of the questions is like, out of these choices, like can you rank these people by the order in which you would vote them for president? And like atheist was at the bottom, like underneath the like the pedophiles and the rapists, and all that shit. It's just
yeah, in spite of the fact that atheists make up less than 1% of the entire prison population.
Wild.
Yeah,
I have an idea. I mean, it could be plausible that like people will go in and they're sort of agnostic, or they're not, or they're very specifically not religious, and then while they're in there and they talk to the preachers, one of the things they can do a lot of is read, and so maybe they read the Bible a lot. I don't really know that it's like exactly the right thing. Well, I mean, I think we should think about that too.
So Crimsonite said that atheism is become atheist, of course.
What's the reason? LGBT something.
LGBTQ.
It was weird with like the what's the thing called? Pascal's wager. When people like present you with Pascal's wager. It's like, why would I care about what will happen to me after I'm dead? I'll be fucking dead. I won't be there to care one way or the other. Like, that's why it's just like, I don't know, it's just dumb. It's just like
So a guy who's like good in the audience posted how many atheists there are in the world or in the U.S. So yeah, I'm definitely aware that atheists make up a insignificant minority of the population, but yeah. I think it's interesting though. It's like a lot of Christians have been talking about how thinking that Christianity's population has stabilized and recently. I feel like the pandemic had a lot to do with it. That religion was a way in which a lot of people had social connections during the pandemic.
Funny this William Lane Craig debate with Richard Carrier. You know how like sometimes people are so smart they're really stupid. You know, like my uncle is like went to college when he was like 16 or something. He can't get ketchup out of a fucking bottle, right? It's hilarious to watch him function or try to in daily life. He's way smarter than me. So I put on this debate, and there's only audio coming in the left side, but he couldn't figure out. Like, make your thing in stereo. It's so funny.
Oh, you're watching from like Craig's channel or something.
It's called Reasonable Faith Org. That's the name of the channel.
Oh, that's it. Yeah. That's a fucking stupid ass phrase too, by the way. I don't know why people let him get away with that.
I like logical faith. You know.
Yeah. His reasonable faith is an oxymoron. Just like Islamic knowledge.
Islamic knowledge.
When I was at the debate, it's like I heard that expression of person who said Islamic knowledge, that's an oxymoron.
That's like the point of faith. It's like when you don't have reasons you have faith. That's the point of it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think it's interesting though. I had a debate one time with a Muslim about whether Islam is good for humanity. And, of course, one of the things they told me was they one time questioned the debate was whether if Islam is good, then why does it promote, how can Islam be good when it promotes things like pedophilia and slavery? And they said this is the same question that's brought up in every Islamic debate. And I said, okay, but the indefensible points keep coming up. And he said it's non-defensible. And, he said that simply, that, when does a person think that they're ready for marriage? It's when they're, like, mature. And I said, so Aisha was a hot 9-year-old. But
I get kind of tired of that thing, though. Like, Islam is like there's a lot of moving parts in Islam, and, like, people just kind of knee-jerk go for the Aisha thing. I've heard it like a million times. It's like, can we just fucking like a different thing? Like, what is the nature of Allah? Is it different than what Christians think God is? That's an interesting question, because a lot of times they'll say like, the Muslims and the Christians want to say that, well, yeah, we worship the same God. They just see God differently than we do. I think that's like right for a fact. They only worship 1/3 of my God.
yeah, I call myself the Yeah, it's like to me, I always thought about creating the four horsemen of the non-apocalypse in pure atheism. Daniel Dennett, Christopher Hitchens, fucking Sam Harris, and Richard Dawkins. Richard Dawkins, there you go. Four horsemen of the non-apocalypse. All right, fuckers. So, okay, I'm in the middle of this consciousness explained by Daniel Dennett, right? And I know it's an outdated book, probably came out in the early 90s or whatever. But then in that book, he references the theory of the bicameral mind from Julian Jaynes. I don't know if you guys.
I have not read the book. I've been meaning to read it.
Yeah, his theory is that you didn't have this sort of conscious introspection no human did before around the year 1000 BC. It's pretty recent. I mean, it's kind of a crazy idea. So that intrigued me. I don't know much about it yet, though.
Yeah, I've been meaning to read that book.
He's Bennett has a really cool presentation you can watch on YouTube. I think it's called The Magic of Consciousness or something like that.
I think it's called,
He would find it.
Kitover called The Self as an Illusion. Yeah, he's also the atheist Santa Claus fellow.
So, Roy, what do you think Islam is also covered under this bicameral theory?
What? Do I think Islam covers the bicameral theory? I don't know what that means.
It's a good example of.
If you can explain, I need to rephrase the question. I don't understand what you want me to say.
I'm just looking at the application of the theory, and if we apply them to religions, right?
Yeah, also Julian Jaynes has a theory about the origin of religion that is just based out of evolution and language. You know, I don't know. Islam came pretty late. It's already like 600 AD, whatever, 7th century. So he's more focused on like stuff that the earliest writings that we can find, like mostly like the Iliad from Homer and whatever, the Greek epics and whatnot.
I found a video. It's actually called The Illusion of Consciousness, and it's a TED Talk. If nothing else, it's just a very interesting view of consciousness.
Did you see him talk about those termite cathedrals? Like they're these termites, they make these structures on the inside and outside. They're sort of similar to our. Did you see that? It's kind of interesting. I forget what the species of termites are called, but they make these little like castles. It's really weird, and they have no like agency or consciousness. They're just doing road termite work, and they make these things that look like. So it makes me think that are we even conscious of what we're doing? I don't know the answer to that. Like it seems like it could be an illusion, totally.
As far as just it's like one area of scientific research that just we don't really have like a complete theory yet, sort of like gravity, It's just I don't know why so many things like to attack the consciousness angle, but it's like there's so many different views, about it. It's just I don't know, just fucking leave it alone. Nobody fucking knows what's going on right now. I think we'll figure it out eventually, though.
Roy, was you were talking about termites. So they are the altruistic insects, right? Who kill themselves to protect their colony.
I don't know. Maybe. Yeah, I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, the older ones, they actually bust.
Yeah, so that kind of proves an atheist point is that morals come about through evolution. Also, being a social creature, if you're going to coordinate with other animals, immediately there's going to be a morality, which is just like a structured hierarchy of behaviors or an organization of behaviors. Because you can't cooperate if you're just completely acting as if no one else exists, right? So that's where morality came from. Not religion, which doesn't make any sense. Religion appeared so late. And even now on the BBC, I saw this article where we found evidence that we there was a man-made fire even 400,000 years earlier than previously thought. You know, it's like, so we've had fire for that long. The ability to reason that out and make fire was so long ago. You don't think we had morals back then? I mean, it doesn't make any sense. And all this hundreds of thousands of years passed. And then all of a sudden religion comes along, gives us stone tablets, and now we have morals. But we were organized and living in little societies, which clearly you have to have morals to be in any kind of society, even a criminal one. You have to have morals.
Among hunter-gatherers, right? If you go to this in India also, there is this Sentinel Islands, right? Where people still live with like hunter-gatherers. So even they have morality.
Of course. Are they in a group? Then they have morality. It's that simple.
Yeah, they are in a group, but the commoners like us, we are not allowed to enter that space. It's a protected zone.
I guess as it should be. I don't know. That's a different question. Like, should you contact these sort of people when you find them? That's
one Christian missionary guy tried, and he was killed by them.
They cannibalized them.
Yeah. I don't know what they did. He went there with some coconuts and Bible.
He had the best intentions, really.
No, but he entered actually. He tried some.
Kalima.
I think we have cave paintings that go back like 40,000 years. So I think it'd be fair to say that there's probably some form of like
they're almost like listening to voices in their head as if they were external forces. At some point, someone was like, "No, I'm talking to myself now." It's a weird concept, yeah. It's like you could say that schizophrenia maybe is like a going back to that sort of thing, right? In a sense. If you're hearing voices that seem to be coming from someone else, but they're in your head, and I think of these people as just like walking around just being schizophrenic with the animism and all this stuff. I mean, that's when religion was real. You know, you didn't question it because that was your reality. You wouldn't even think to question it. It was not even on the table to do so. Right?
I think religion has held on for so long because a lot of people think it's like cool or it's like trendy. You know, people like go to church. They sort of, some of them do virtue signaling. Yeah, I think it was like the church, trying to one up each other, the church clothes and shit like that. But they also, I don't know if it's exactly virtue signaling, but it's something else. It's kind of like they're. Yeah, I guess it kind of is in a sort of a way where they recount stories to each other about how strong my faith is versus this point in time versus this point in time, or like how close my relationship is with God. It's just like it's kind of like it's fucking weird.
That's why we think it. This is why we think of it as LARPing, because we know there's no one's truly religious anymore. It's just like it's like a sexual orientation or something.
No, right, but political angle is also there, right? Like church separated itself from state, right? Certain point of time. But if you see Islam, so they have not done that actually. So it is still a political faith. They have this organization of Islam countries also having a permanent representation at United Nations. So it's a very much politics actually.
Yeah, I think there's like, I think there are 152 Muslim majority countries where they have some form or another of sharia law. I think that's a true statement for sure. Very political.
Yeah. So many people they discuss Islam as religion, but I in particular my understanding, I see it as a politics, a pseudo kind of politics. So wherever they are trying to do the same thing what political parties. Yeah, but only thing is they they do same thing in the name of faith, God, and all that thing is good, right? That is how anthropologists and sociologists also have described the religion. But what they miss in the none of these sociologists have mentioned that.
Maybe we need to get them onto the Enlightenment finally. Then they can discard like the theocracy or theonomy type of governments and get to like more egalitarian and fucking or utilitarian, I guess, ideals about like, how government ought to be run. And that'll be good.
Yes, in that case, they their own laws, right? Within the faith, they are more important than the constitution, for example.
Yeah. In the States, we have like, we have the Constitution. In the States, we have like, we have the Constitution, and we got the Bill of Rights, and then there's in Christianity, there's the, well, I suppose all three of the Abrahamic religions, there's the Ten Commandments, or I mean, Islam has 10 Commandments, right? Yeah, you go back to Moses, so they should have the Ten Commandments too. It's kind of, I don't know, it's just kind of funny. What do you think? It's like there's nothing in the Ten Commandments that is in the United States Constitution. There, you think that they would be like the first 10 thing on our bucket list, right? There's nowhere in there.
Yeah, no, it's very far from that. We cannot compare it to a constitution, right? So we see globally also, right? So successfully to propagate the political content. They need not to sponsor it in terms of resources, but the faith itself sponsors the loyalty, the political loyalty.
I think people just don't really, in general, they don't really think too critically about their religion or like about their I don't know, theism belief. They really, it's just kind of not really that important. So like people don't really think about it too much. Like everybody I know is religious, or everybody I know goes to church. It's just what people do. They don't really think too critically about it. And I suppose there's not really a good reason to do that. It doesn't seem like I don't know, like if some aliens came and they're gonna wipe us out or something, and it really mattered whether we believed in God or not, then people would really really study about after something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, they might be thinking that in US also there should be a kingdom of their God, right? Things like that. That's also kind of friendly among the worshippers.
Are you Muslim or like an ex-Muslim or?
No, I'm saying I'm none of that actually. I just read. I would study politics, so only for political reasons the faith gains importance.
I don't know if like faith is a bad thing. I suppose it's sort of neutral, but I mean, there's clearly like better methods for acquiring knowledge, like scientific method, obviously, or just being, just even rationality is like much better method for like acquiring knowledge than faith is. So you could, like in theory, you could believe that literally any proposition is true, or just faith alone. Like I could take it on faith that faith is like terrible and we should all like expunge it. You know, and what the fuck could anybody else say? You know, we're not going to be taking on faith that slavery is good. It's just, you know, there's obvious like flaws in it. What I'm trying to say.
Yeah, faith is kind of a documented understanding of our ancestors in the past, right? They understood something and they documented it. So there was a way of life. So few things still apply, few things they don't, right? Still we don't know many things. But we have moved beyond that actually now, right? So still faith is evolved basically. So our understandings they are changing day by day with the advancement of technology. We are realizing new truths. So yeah. But why I use the word political was because going back to something in medieval times and referring the importance of it in the modern state. That is politics. If they would have said for spiritual reasons, that is totally different thing. Yeah. When you come on the streets and you say we are more important than others, or we know something which none of you know, that is a very different kind of politics.
Okay, Elliot, you need to change your PTR.
Oh shit, what happened?
Okay, Necro, myself, and Daniel were all in black and white, and you are in full Technicolor, and it's going to be a problem.
You guys, is this a fucking conspiracy?
Just clap a filter on it, dude. Don't fucking make it complicated. Don't be a pain in the ass. It is the easy way or the hard way, Elliot. Oh, I got a really old picture. It's black and white. Let's see if I can find it. And you don't want to do this the hard way. I'm gonna kick out of this one. Let's see if I can find it.
It's very sharp, Elliot. Looks like some screenshot from some Hollywood movie.
Oh, yeah. That's cool.
Yeah.
God, I look like such a Neanderthal. It's fucking crazy. There it is. Yeah, that's an old picture. Holy cow. Black and white. You see that? I was like fucking, I'm about 19 or something. Yeah. If I put my 18-year-old photo on here, I look like I had really long, beautiful hair. I was like a fucking vampire. It's a good photograph. It's more sepia ink than black and white, but
It'll pass.
I appreciate that. I'm glad I can be in the club. You know what I mean?
What painting is there in the background?
Painting? I have no fucking idea. I don't remember. That shit was like 20 years ago.
That's very interesting, actually. Which phone was that? Is it like Nokia or?
Might be. I think it is a Nokia. It had a Windows. Nokia had a Windows phone. What was it called? Nokia 1520 something or other. It had a Windows operating system on it. It's kind of cool.
Yeah. That was for a limited time, right?
A limited one? I don't know. I just got it because it looked really cool. Like the operating system's really cool. I liked it. Like the apps were not these little things that you see. They're like you could make the apps in like these square. Well, they're basically windows. Like one square of the screen like it was an entire button app. I don't know. I just thought it was really cool. I think it was also like a bad idea though because most app developers they make apps either for iOS or Android, and not many of them make apps for this Windows platform.
Yeah, Android only changed the game for Nokia. Android things changed.
All right, you're gonna do 19. I'm gonna do 18. Here we go. Ready?
Oh shit! All right.
That's funny as hell. Oh boy. To be young again. There we go.
All right, let's see what we got here.
It's not black and white though.
Oh shit! You fucking metalhead! Are you a metalhead at this point?
I was in the death metal, all sorts of shit. Yeah. Like Fear Factory.
Oh my god. Is it your Rovers? Is your picture?
To me at 18. I'm 48 now.
Oh my god, you look like that Nirvana band, right?
Yeah, I was a rocker.
Oh, weren't they all like blonde? All the Nirvana people look like blonde or brown.
With some makeup, you would have looked otherwise also.
I'm really good. Girls in high school love putting makeup on me. I was like a hot chick with some makeup on. Like I was, yeah, it was bad. It was crazy.
Yeah, but the ladies love it.
Yeah. I don't have that hair anymore, unfortunately.
I don't think we can pull it off, man. I think we're just too old. I mean, unless you're a literal fucking rock god, you get away with like anything.
one of my favorite bands was a progressive death metal band, and I ended up like 10 years ago or more being in a band with that very drummer. That was a crazy thing. Where it's like, the guy was awesome. He passed away though.
Progressive death metal. So like, oh well, no, I don't think of like Mid Flames, but
I mean, yeah,
like progressive death metal.
I would consider Opeth was another one.
Opeth, I've heard of that. Yeah.
I don't like them. They're kind of like almost in the new category for me. They're okay. It's like Danny Filth has an interesting voice. I don't hate it or anything. It's just not something I put on very often.
Yeah. I think they got like a couple good songs. And the rest are kind of, okay.
When I was in the Sepultura, Metallica, Megadeth, Deicide, Morbid Angel, the classic thrash death stuff. Yeah, that was us back there. Slayer, of course. And, yeah, actually one of my bands is being signed this month. And it took only 48 years to get to that point.
Or your goal is actually just to, I just want to have like long ass black hair and fucking everybody be cool with it.
Anyway, I'm gonna remove that photo for now.
Here, check this one out. I once had a job as a photographer's assistant and went to the Hyatt for like a photo shoot. And yeah.
Wait, is that the Jack in the Box one?
Yeah, that's him. That's the real deal, man.
Nice. I love him.
He has like an entourage of people that like sort of follow him around and like manage him. He doesn't speak, doesn't say anything.
So who does that voice? Because he's the voice on those commercials.
I don't know. Nobody sounded like him in the commercial. I think they're just random voice actors. See, commercials.
Interesting. It's such a weird like mascot thing because they're like, okay, he's gonna be the CEO of the company. Like the like the logo runs the company. It's such a weird way to go about it. I guess it was effective though. It was like,
I like the commercials though. Pretty cool.
I did too, yeah. I hated the new logo, that Jack where it's like GACK and the K's in the middle of the sign, right? It's the weirdest thing. Like, why'd they do that? They had such a catchy logo before that. I don't understand that decision.
Their menu doesn't change much. It's just kind of same old shit.
I've had many Jumbo Jacks in my time. And it's funny when you get like a Hispanic lady who like is you're ordering from, he calls them Yummo Yak. You want Yummo Yak?
Yummo Yak.
Yummo Yak. I didn't know you're from Nepal. It's a yak meat. That's fine.
So you are a photography guy.
Me? No. I'm a fucking terrible photographer.
I understand.
I have no idea.
And the photographers, they were really sleeping, like lying down on the floor actually. Just like he's very tall. Mozambique president, you can check. I don't know if you find it funny or not.
Rose is pretty fucking tall. He's like 6'7". Well, like what? Yeah, pretty fucking tall. Fucking, it's a trip going in there for the shoes and shit, you always gotta go for like
No, shoes are okay.
Canes or some shit.
I'm 14, so if that was when I was 15, that'd be more difficult. Actually, 14 is not so bad. It's buying pants because I'm slim and tall, and the taller the pants are, they assume you're fatter. So it gets annoying. It's like, why?
Yeah.
You know, it's like it's hard being like.
Yeah, the shirts like never really fucking fit. They're always like a little too baggy, you know.
Yeah, it's like so I try
I'm
not
not
to.
even as tall as you. I'm like a half a foot shorter than you almost.
I need to look slimmer.
What'd you say, sir?
I was saying, is there any trick to look slimmer?
A trick to look slimmer.
Wear black. Wear black.
Wear black.
Or wear like vertical stripes, like a vertical like if you wear horizontal stripes in a pattern that makes you look bigger. But if you wear vertical stripes, you wear black. There aren't tricks to looking slimmer anymore. Yeah. It's also having like well-fitting clothes. Like even if you got like a little bit of a belly and like a dad bod, you can look really good, but it's gonna find the right clothes. That's all.
We got another one. I got Jack to do the fucking
This dad's oh no, what is that?
I don't know, what was that called? I forgot. I was just like, hey, can you do this? I was like, all right.
Is that hat like glued on or something? Like this it doesn't come off.
I can't fucking tell. I don't know. Well, I'm not how you breeze in that fucking thing. It's weird.
I've never met Jack. I think that's pretty cool.
He walked around with that fucking guy. Like, yeah, it was really like what's the word? Exactly like how the president walks around and they got their aides following him and shit in a specific formation. It's just like that. Good one. Castaway is on Netflix.
Yeah, I saw that. Also, Face Off. One of the greatest movies of all time. It's how to explain Face Off. It's bad histrionic acting, but it's almost like you're in this like state of mind where you're like, what the fuck? For like it's a long movie too. It's a crazy. It's a ride.
Like, it's one of my favorite movies. It's not a good movie, it's a great movie. You know what I'm saying?
That's with Nicolas Cage and John Travolta, right? I haven't seen that in a while.
Oh, yeah.
Is it that one's on there right now?
Yeah, it's Cage Volta. You know, Cage Volta there. They switch, and so you have John Travolta acting like Nicolas Cage, and basically Nicolas Cage just being a little bit more like himself, but toned down a bit to be. Which is still crazy. It's still bonkers. It's so good.
I think except for, well, maybe even that. Maybe except for like Con Air, Nicolas Cage is always like in his younger days. He's like, I don't know, it seems like he's on drugs like all the time.
Do you know that?
He's just got this energy about him.
So I know a director who worked with him, just on a voiceover thing, and it was exactly what you would expect him. It was like to the T. It was like he was just like he goes into the vocal booth. He takes off this like crazy leather jacket, this like furry neck, drops it down to his feet, and he goes, "Let's fucking go!" and just fucking go like off script. It's like you have to fix it in post because there's no stopping Nicolas Cage. They're like, "Oh, could you actually say this?" Like, there's none of that. And the funny thing is about Face Off is that he just got finished filming Con Air, and within 12 hours was on the set of Face Off. He did those movies back to back. It's almost like just enough time for like wig reconstruction between movies.
Yeah.
It's
maybe
mind blowing.
Maybe like whatever stuff he was taking to get like to bulk up for Con Air. That just like I don't know, I mean maybe he had I don't know if he had steroids or anything. It looked like he had steroids, but he was definitely taking some I don't know.
He goes into a building and there's a gospel choir singing of women, right? And he starts dancing along with it in this maniacal way and goes up behind this blonde woman and just grabs her fucking ass and has this crazy look. It's insane. Face Off is the most insane movie ever made. It makes no sense, but it's like, I fucking love it. Anyway.
Is it a mindfuck in the way that Inception is a mindfuck? Or a different kind of way? I had to watch Inception like 3 times just to understand what the fuck was going on. Go watch Face Off later.
It's a different kind of film.
I have made fire. As I get older, I'm liking like drama movies more and more. And action movies like less and less. I don't know if I'm kind of sad about that. So the moral of the story is if you ever lose your will to live, just you can go like observe morons in their natural habitat, or you can watch movies. That's always good too. Movies are great. I'm gonna get off and watch this movie. You guys.
see what this posted in the comments right now.
YouTube.
It's in the comments.
This is a damn anything. Why does it go from a neutron star to a black hole? It's just like
I don't know, yeah, right. This was every time two neutron stars collapse into each other, does it always form a black hole? Or is that I don't know.
I mean, it's just like some metric of mass, like some quantitative.
Gotta admit.
Yeah, I like the visual aids like that. Really helps part of the reason why platonic objects are stupid, because there's like no visual aid to go along with them.
Yeah, I mean, our universe is really efficient at making black holes. That's one thing's for sure. Do you think we could be inside of a black hole? Like our entire universe?
Isn't that something that fucking Arthur Penrose figures out?
Probably. Yeah, probably. Was he the first one to posit that? I don't know. Somebody like him. There's like a theory like that. I remember Sean Carroll talking about it. He's saying, "Oh, so and so." You think about it inside of a black hole. I was falling asleep when I was listening to it, though. It's interesting how when the two neutron stars collapse into each other, it creates this like resonance almost, this sort of like vibration in the geometry of space. That's wild. And they're trying to visualize it, I guess, as much as possible. But well, I guess technically, like all mass, well, maybe not all mass, but most mass, like space-time, or causes triples, that's. That's just what gravity is. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to visualize. It's easy to visualize it on like the surface of a pond, but like if you go from the surface to underwater, then what does it look like? It's harder to visualize that.
Well, the metals like gold, I think they are formed by neutron star collision. It's very fascinating. Even uranium also. Is there any new movie about that?
What neutron stars?
Yeah, it's something related to the universe.
Not that I know of. Maybe there is. Alright, I'm gonna go watch this movie. So my question is, which heavy elements can only be created by the merger of two neutron stars? Because it does say that in the video. Like which elements are those? Because I know gold has to be created in supernova explosion.
Yeah, gold is involved in heavy metals. someone for me.